Baby, y'all doing it? AM in the Friday. Beautiful Friday. Beautiful. It's gonna be the guy. We got the grass overgrown. Look at that grass. It's so alive. Kitty, 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 kitty. Corey Feldman is my spirit animal. Oh. I haven't seen the cat yet. Where the cat's at? Where the cats at? Both boxes done. Medicine done. Fish oil done. Bow, 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 bow. Ow. We ready? Got the food. Simon has eaten. She's eaten. Oh, they've eaten. Oh, they've eaten. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I ordered one of them steam cleaners last night. They're supposed to like spray steam on shit to clean it. Hopefully it works well. I need to use that on some hard to get to places. Gotta blast that shit. You're no match for me. Bacteria. Coming for you. It's a promise. Ate the shit out of it. Deep clean sounds fun. No, it's just to clean, man. My shower door is ridiculous. It's the worst engineering as far as how you clean this, because it's like I'd explain it, dude. The shit that I need to clean gets covered up by some other shit. And the engineering of it, can't get to all of it. Get to all of it. I gotta get all of it. I made a promise. I made a promise to my pappy. God, where's this one? I told him I was gonna get rid of that fucking bacteria. I fucking did it. I give it up, pappy. What up, guys? I forgot to get in uniform. So, welcome to orientation. Today we're going to be talking about our work ethics here at Captain Bilbo's. We bring absolute happiness to everybody that walks through that door. From the time they touch the door, actually, we touch them. More about that later. Has everybody brought their kitty? Hold it. Everybody hold it up. What is that? Is that a cat? Get the fuck out of here. Alright. We said cats only, guys. Hey, ow! Very friendly. She's a very friendly cat. I need to blow my nose, dude. I forgot to get tissue at Costco yesterday. Damn. I just knew I was forgetting something. Fuck. Stomach is not happy about it. I'm sorry. Shit. I sound like I'm a tweaker. Oh, Billy. Where is Billy? Are you? Where are you? Billy, baby. What is Bill doing? Bill out there lasering the hell out of something. as gay as I can get for that one. Sorry.
Oh, Billy.
Go any gayer. What do these cats say? I'm not taking nothing out until they come visit me. Dude, I ate so many strawberries before going to bed last night. I had to eat these strawberries really fast because they're like Costco, and produce at Costco is either one of two things: way too ripe or way too underripe. Alright, I'm gonna take it out because Don might be just lurking, waiting on me to bring a bowl out. I never know. Bring it out. Go ahead on. Go ahead on. Go ahead on. Head on. Head off. I'm going to head off. Go head on. Head off. Or head on. What am I doing? Oh, what am I doing? It's a matter of interpretation. We're gonna go head on. We're gonna go head off. On and off. No. Head off. That's how it's done, baby. On and off. That's how you got to do it. You can't stay on all the time. Can't do it. I've tried. I almost died from.
one. He don't want love, love, love. He just wanna fuck, fuck. Ow, little vacation. Drink it till we naked. Talking with our tongues. We just having fun, fun, fun. We just having fun, fun, fun. Give a little piece of my meat, got somebody. Touch up on my rum pum pum, he craving up a copy. Got him talking dirty in the daylight. He be trying to weather, baby, no sight. Don't make it a string, he's a Wi-Fi. Hit a run light. I know when he come, he ain't never come.
They played for blood. I was just funning about.
Don't think I'm no one to won't ever be enough. Mix until I know, bitch, I ain't the one.
I'm your Huckleberry.
You just wanna fuck, ow, little vacation.
Easy if you do. Bro, who the hell said they didn't like Val Kilmer? Bro, Tombstone alone makes Val Kilmer. You know he didn't get a fucking Academy Award for that? He didn't get it. Fuck Academy Awards for that. That was the best Western performance of all Westerns ever. And he didn't even... I don't know if he got nominated. This song sucks. I don't even know if he got nominated for that shit. You don't like Val Kilmer. You got a small penis.
Skinny penis, skinny penis, skinny penis.
Skinny piece alarm is going off. It can't get any skinnier. You don't like that, dude. You could have not liked him previously because Iceman, he was kind of he kind of symbolized a gay pilot. A lot of people say that he was actually gay, and because a lot, like there were a couple scenes. One of them where he goes like he like bites his teeth at him in class. It was all homoerotic. And then there was a scene in the bathroom where they were all in towels. It was a little like, oh man, Iceman might be a little sweet. But, like it was a very, very well done supporting role. Real Genius, he was cool in, man. I like Real Genius. So, probably most people haven't seen it. But, dude, do you know that he learned like 50 different Doors songs before filming the movie? He was so good at singing Doors music that the band themselves couldn't even differentiate between him and Van Morrison when they were listening to the two blindly. Whoa. Like, whoa. And he looked almost identical to him. That shit was wild. So it's like, those two performances alone, I think Tombstone and Doors, is enough to be like, he didn't get an Academy Award ever in his entire life. Oh, wait. Let me make sure. I did. Yeah, no. Oh, no, he didn't. Academy of Science Fiction. For Heat and Kiss Kiss Me Bang. Cable Ace Awards. Best Actor nominee for Chicago Film Critics Association for The Doors. Willow Family Film Awards 2024 nominee for Best Film or Best Iconic Film. 2024 not Grammy what? Had a Grammy nominee in 2012. Interesting. Yeah, no Oscars ever. He definitely should have gotten Best Supporting Actor Oscar for. He wasn't even nominated? Oh, wait, hold up. He's bro. I feel like that's. Val Kilmer worked very hard, and unfortunately, I think it was too early for them to recognize that a music film could be worth an Academy Award for. Oh, for The Doors. So, I don't think he ever even was nominated. He wasn't. He was never even nominated for an Oscar. Why did the stream make a sound a second ago? What was that? Put 2 bowls out because maybe it'll entice them to come today more because there's a strong scent of food down there. And Simon didn't eat much of his 4th bowl last night. I tried to get a 4th out of him. I touched myself, but I didn't even. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't say hi to everybody, did I? Thank you for updating the cast and the plate. The sister team is Bungle, Ted Thomas, and Irene Hughes Kaczynski. Welcome. And everybody else wherever you're at on the 6 other platforms, including Facebook, Twitch, D-Live, Kick, Next. And X, where they have no sex. The people on X are celibate.
They wanna judge me, I'll testify.
Or maybe I'm confusing them with Reddit.
I'm on my way,
Mods.
the best thing that you've ever seen. You know that you bow to the queen. You lose all your senses and reason. I'll give you something to believe.
There's a lot of female tracks on this. That girl needs some dick. I've had him in the bathroom. I'd be like, hey, what you doing? She'd be like, what you doing? I'm like, I got this hotel room. She was like, bet. You know what I'm saying? It's happened more than once. And sometimes they want more, sometimes they want less. Sometimes they come in just acting like Goldilocks, liking it just the way it is. By the way, the name of this album, it's not an album, it's a playlist. Fashion and style. Be on trend with catchy electro pop and hip hop. I'm trending my ass off right now, bitch. We're trending. Could be trendy. Oh. This is the new age workout. Hold in. Ha. Good job, y'all. You feel the burn? Holy shit. Woo! Give yourselves a round of applause. That shit ain't easy. Shit ain't easy. Thank you, Mark. Babies, no. Well, so far, I'm helping no babies. Oh, shit. Oh. Sorry. Baby Jesus. I have forsaken you. Trying to feed the kitties. They aren't coming. Where the fuck are they? Yeah, kitty, kitty. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Where are you? Yeah, kitty, kitty. Kitty, 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 kitty. Got some food. Mark Hopper. Mark Hopper. Mark Hopper. AG. AG Mark Hopper. Kitty, 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 what are you doing right now? Are you sleeping on the ground? Ow. Look at me. Look at me all crazy. I had to let him know. Fuck his boss around here. Why is he jumped up there, now he's jumping back down. Maybe I meow meant something. I am somebody, and my meow means something. And yours can too, with my 5 simple steps. We'll talk more about that later, though. Okay, I'm ready to go. What's he giving up for? I gotta get some more of this. much. Dude, it took me forever because I was trying this new way of making this Folgers, which by the way is completely made in America. New Orleans, Louisiana. It's sold throughout the world. So if you're a coffee drinker, maybe think about drinking Folgers. Because anything that's Nescafe or Nestle, well, that's from Mexico. Support American businesses. Folgers, easy way to do it. The best part of waking up. Hey, it's pretty good coffee too. Even the instant. But I was trying something where I add it to cold water first and I was whisking it with one of those electric whiskers. It frothed it up, dude. It made it like super foamy and then it wouldn't mix in with the water very well. I think I just made the ultimate cup of instant by doing that because of how it had to melt back into the water, had to reincorporate the bubbles out of it, had to disperse, pop, 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 get back out. As it did that, it slowly released itself into the hot water, making sure not to burn it. The oxygen, air, the nitrogen encapsulate. Save the flavor. I just had the ultimate cup of instant coffee. And it's the crystals, which they look pretty cool. Folgers crystals. What was that one that talk about how it had the, was it Taster's Choice? Back in the 80s, they had the flavor crystals. What are those commercials? They intrigued me. Flavor crystals. Thought it was, or was it the Folgers that had the flavor crystals all this time? Folgers flavor crystals, Folgers coffee crystals. Yeah, there you go. There's the regular coffee. Crystals in Folgers coffee. The crystals in Folgers coffee are actually dehydrated instant coffee powder derived from 100% pure coffee beans. So, I feel like they might have went from spray dry to freeze dried, and that's why it looks like crystals. It says already brewed coffee is rapidly frozen and cut into slabs. The water is then drawn out in a vacuum. Because this form of dehydration doesn't require high heat, there is little damage done to the flavor crystals. Coffee is made from brewed coffee. It comes in two varieties, powder and freeze-dried crystals. Yeah, the spray powder, spray dried is a. Hold on, this is getting a little loud. The MRE Steve guy usually prefers the sprayed dried coffee MRE over the crystal freeze dried. So I'm curious to see how they rate them here. Hey, you can't have it. No, you're visiting me again. I see. Oh, I see. Coffee. So can't read this without a free trial. This shit, dude. No, no. Playtime. We're not doing that. We're just not doing that. Bon Appetit won't let me just read about the flavor crisp. Make a... They want me to make an account. Ultra instant coffee crystals appear that way because the brewed coffee is rapidly dehydrated, resulting in a product that forms small crystalline granules similar to how freeze-dried coffee is produced. So it's rapidly dehydrated. It's not actually freeze-dried. Instant coffee clean filters made by first brewing coffee as usual. Rapid dehydration. The brewed coffee is in fluffy, dude. The rapid coffee is in rapid dehydration offering methods like spray drying and freeze drying. Yeah, spray drying, the hot coffee is sprayed into a hot chamber where the water quickly evaporates, leaving behind small crystalline particles. In freeze drying, the coffee is frozen and placed in a vacuum, allowing the ice to sublimate, turned directly from ice to gas, and leaving behind porous granular product. Yeah, so it seems like freeze-dried coffee should have better flavor then, because it doesn't get hot. Doesn't it seem like it should? Because the new ones that they use are actually freeze-dried. The Bill Brews. The cups. This is the first cup of coffee, but I've had 2 cups of tea. 1 Earl Grey, full leaf, by Smith Tea Company, and then I re-steeped that with a bag of Lipton in it for like 7 minutes, and then this 1 heaping teaspoon and 1 small teaspoon holders. I find that the instant is, I don't know, like, I don't have much counter space. I have a coffee maker on the counter like that. Something out there taped to my gate talking about homeowners or rebate or some shit. I don't know. I was seeing what it was. Maybe it was a fucking eviction notice or something. It looked official for a second, like a yellow urgent notice to the homeowners. I didn't know what it. I was gonna say everybody gonna have a man. Inspection, Californian inspection or something. Be prepared to have California authority come look at your house. I mean, on some crazy shit sometimes, man.
I know my rights. I'm a sovereign citizen. You can't arrest me. You can't come in.
I have to identify myself. Who the fuck are you? What's your badge number? What's your last name? What's your first name? Jay Jakowski? Are you a John J. Jakowski? Fed Chair Jerome Powell speaks at conference in Virginia. Fuck you, Jerome. Fuck Jerome. Fucking Jerome. Making me pay too much for my credit cards, Jerome. You little shit. You're a millionaire. You don't give a fuck about interest rates, Jerome. Fuck you. Why can't Trump fire him? Who puts that dude in a position? He became a member of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors after being nominated to the post by President Barack Obama. In 2012, he was subsequently elevated to chairman. Fuck you, President Trump. Trump did it. No, but President Biden renominated him. Why did he have to be renominated? He succeeded Janet Yellen. So can't he just hire somebody else? Nominate somebody else, man. What is he waiting for? He himself said he thought the rate should have went down. Why does he nominate somebody else and get this guy the fuck out of there? Gassy.
If you're out walking daily and you're not seeing the results, it's really pretty simple. You just start walking enough for your...
Yeah, you just gotta start walking with your dick in your hand. That's how you get it. Start losing the weight, boy. Hold it strong. I hurt yourself. You gotta make it hurt. No pain, no gain.
All right, people, listen the hell up. They call me Snow White, but don't ask me why. It sure ain't how I describe this scenario. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. This dress is way too frilly. But I didn't ask for any of this. 1 minute I'm polishing floors and dodging my stepmother's side eye, and the next, I'm on the run. How do you expect me to run in these high-heeled slippers? So there's this evil queen with a vanity problem, and she wants my heart on a plate. They say she's the fairest of them all, but let me tell you something. She's also the scariest of them all.
Magic mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest of them all?
You've asked this before. Maybe go take a nap. Snow White is the fairest, my queen. No cap.
Now I'm holed up with 7 dwarves who pack more than just bad attitudes. And trust me, they're the real deal.
We got your back, White. You say the word, and we'll blast that bitch to kingdom come.
Bow to me, child, or I'll see your bones turn to cinders.
But I'm done hiding. That huntsman did me a solid, and now I'm ready to pay back that favor. It's time to storm the castle, crack that magic mirror, and show the evil queen once and for all exactly who she's fucking with. I have. with these motherfucking apples in this motherfucking forest. And if you think I'm some helpless little princess, well, you better guess again. 'Cause I'm Snow White, motherfucker. And I'm about to put a bullet in this bedtime story. Now pass me that apple. And while you're at it, maybe some combat boots, 'cause I've had enough of these slippers.
They're gonna make people's faces intellectual property, though. Oh,
After Carmelo,
the other father is defending his son, dude. In this case, this dude's dad apparently is defending him.
Anthony killed Austin Metcalf at a track event, both fathers made news with their comments. First, Carmelo's father said this: "Everyone has already made their assumptions about my son, but he's not what they're making him out to be. He's a good kid. He works 2 jobs. He's an A student. He has a 3.7 GPA. He was not the aggressor. He was not the one who started it. I feel bad for the other parents and family, and words can't explain how both have been affected by this tragedy. Yes, of course, because he wants you to remember his family are victims too." Carmelo himself reportedly said this: "I was protecting myself. He put his hands on me." So this much is obvious. They're going to try self-defense at trial. Meanwhile, Austin's father made news for the quick forgiveness of his son's murder.
Very forgiving him. That's for my peace, not his. I rely heavily on my faith to get me through this. Like I said, people ask me, how can you forgive what to this other person? I said, I forgive the other person because the forgiveness is not for him. The forgiveness is for me, so I can have peace. His life is destroyed. My life is destroyed. This was not a race thing, and this is not a political thing. Please do not comment if you do not know what happened. Do not turn this into a racial thing. It was not. Do not politicize this. It's not.
Oh, he has a Memphis Tigers shirt on.
Thing. This person made a bad choice.
Just thinking about going to Memphis.
And it affected both his family and my family forever. It's a very unfortunate thing.
You have to ask yourself, is this forgiveness an act of being a good Christian? Or is it suicidal empathy? You can decide that. However hard this may be to understand, Austin's father's comments pale in comparison to what is, in my opinion, one of the most insane things ever uttered by a human mouth. This man's son was killed by a Haitian migrant in a traffic collision in Springfield, Ohio. Watch what he says about the incident.
I wish that my son, Aiden Clark, was killed by a 60-year-old white man. I bet you never thought anyone would ever say something so blunt. But if that guy killed my 11-year-old son, the incessant group of hate-spewing people would leave us alone. Using Aiden as a political tool is, to say the least, reprehensible for any political purpose. And speaking of morally bankrupt, politicians Bernie Moreno, Chip Roy, J.D. Vance, and Donald Trump, they have spoken my son's name and used his death for political gain. This needs to stop now. They can vomit all the hate they want about illegal immigrants, the border crisis. In order to live like Aiden, you need to accept everyone. Choose to shine, make the difference, lead the way, and be the inspiration.
So, but he wasn't killed by a 60-year-old man. He was killed by an illegal immigrant who, if he wouldn't have been here, your son would still be alive. What the fuck is wrong with people? Holy shit. Dude, what in the fuck? He's like, accept more of them in. Who cares if they have driver's licenses?
Gotta just love each other.
Fuck that. Fuck him. I was feeling all sappy and sad before that dude started talking. Thanks, bud. So like a palate cleanser. That migrant arrested after deadly hit and run
An
in
illegal
South Carolina.
migrant is now behind bars, accused of causing a devastating hit-and-run crash that killed a young student from the University of South Carolina, my alma mater. And Chanley Painter is here with all the details. Chanley?
Hey, Ainsley. So 21-year-old Nate Baker was a junior at the University of South Carolina, majoring in business. Authorities say he was driving his motorcycle near campus when an illegal migrant, 24-year-old Rosalie Fernandez Cruz, failed to yield the right-of-way, striking Baker with his truck. The suspect reportedly drove away and then ran from his vehicle. Nate's death has rocked the USC campus.
I don't think I've ever met anyone who could say they had a bad experience with him. He was just so friendly.
Yeah, these people are killing some of the brightest, best people that we have, too. They're not killing like deadbeats. At the time of the crash,
Fernandez Cruz was wanted by ICE. He was reportedly arrested at the border in 2016 before being even ordered back to El Salvador in 2018. The Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs at DHS confirming this, quote, the hit-and-run driver was in our country illegally. Nate should be alive today. DHS prays for Nate's family, friends, and loved ones, and will work every day to protect innocent Americans like Nate. Representative Nancy Mace echoed those sentiments on X, posting this quote, we're going to fight like hell to get every last illegal alien out of South Carolina. We're praying for the victim, his family, and the students.
They don't care as much about abiding by the laws. The ones that don't abide by the laws
South Carolina
really don't abide by
Fernandez
them.
Cruz is being held in Colombia, facing many charges, including driving without a license and hit and run, resulting in death. Ainsley.
All right, Chanley, thank you so much. Let's bring in South Carolina Congressman and House Judiciary Committee member Russell Fry. Good morning to you, Congressman.
Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning. This really hits home. I read about this morning. I said, oh, my gosh, the University of South Carolina. I watched videos. We know the memorial. It's right there on Blossom Street in the center of our campus. How could this happen? This guy who is charged with this, in 2016, Congressman, he was arrested by Border Patrol in Texas. In 2018, an immigration judge in Charlotte, North Carolina, ordered him to be sent back to El Salvador. How is he still in this country? Congressman, can you hear me? Stand by. We're going to try to unfreeze him. But let me tell you what I know about Nate. Nate was 21 years old, a junior, a business major. He was a member of the Phi Gamma Delta fraternity and awarded the Brother of the Year award in the fall. He was the tailgate chairman, so probably a fun guy, a corresponding secretary, and the president of the fraternity said he was regarded as the best human being and someone you wanted as a friend. He knew how to fix anything and to make people smile. You heard the other friend that was there at the memorial where all those flowers are being put in front of the University of South Carolina sign on Blossom Street, that he was nice, he was open, loving, friendly, kind, and giving. Let's bring in Brian Kilmeade. Brian, this is another story of an illegal immigrant being charged with killing someone. It was a hit and run. Why was he still in our country?
And the argument is, well, this happens every day. Why is it a big deal? He's an illegal immigrant. You know, my answer is because it's all preventable. There are things that happen in life that you can't help. But if you have people here illegally, if they get their ticket to appear 6 years from when they cross, if they actually just claim asylum, let alone a got-away when they get through, and then oftentimes you look at the background, in this case, the hit and run, there were prior problems prior to this. And then most times, Ainsley, as you know, when we look at this, we find out that these people had problems when they were in their other country. And they're coming here for a fresh start or to create havoc. I don't know how, as a family member right now, you make sense of what's happening here and you don't blame the previous administration.
When people have a problem with Donald Trump deporting illegal immigrants, criminals, people we don't know about, think about these stories. This could be your child. How do you move on from this? The mother, I think he grew up in Virginia. I'm getting some text messages from friends in South Carolina that say his mom grew up in Lancaster, which is a small town. Everyone knows each other in South Carolina, and was supposed to be a great guy. His parents' lives are changed forever. He could have gotten married, had children, made such an impact on our country. He was a business major, gone on to start companies, hire individuals, all of that taken away because of this guy who was driving without a license, police say, and was here illegally. All right, Brian,
And I think you have your guest back now,
yes, we
Ainsley.
do. Yeah, let's bring in Congressman Fry. Congressman, thank you so much for standing by for us. Sorry about that. What are your thoughts here?
I think it's just tragic, right? I mean, you look at this, like you said, it hits close to home. This was your alma mater. It was mine. And these are streets that we're very familiar with. And to see this happen, and then of course he tries to escape. It's a hit and run. He tries to apparently change clothes to get out of, or evade apprehension from the police. And so here we are with just another story similar to tragedies like Laken Riley and Jocelyn Nungary. I mean, this is just all too frequent in our country. And the frustrating thing is that he was detained by ICE in 2016 under the Obama administration, released the very next day, and has managed to evade apprehension because, quite frankly, he's just not been able to appear. And now it has resulted in just yet another tragedy in our backyard.
I know. Thankfully, Donald Trump is doing something about it. Our border looks completely different, almost down to nothing, people not getting over. But what's scary is the people that are here, that were allowed to come over under the Biden administration. And it's people like this that they're changing American lives, families that are true victims and good people. What can we do about this? Are we going? I know that ICE is doing a lot by these raids and trying to get thousands of people out of our country. But are we going to be able to find them all?
Well, I think over time we can, right? I think where this president is very dedicated. We've seen the early success. Border numbers are at an all-time low of initial crossings coming into our country. We've never seen anything like it. The response by the Trump administration early is that he is doing exactly what he said that he was going to do. And he's doing it at record speed, despite the courts sometimes, despite the outcry from the left. He is putting the American people first. And this tragedy, I hope, doesn't happen again. Nate Baker's life, the people that knew him, he was described as a role model. How many lives like this are touched because of crimes that are committed by illegal immigrants that should have never been in our country to begin with?
I agree. I'm getting my contact at USC says both parents were USC alums. They did live in Virginia, but both of his parents went to University of South Carolina too. Congressman, thank you so much for representing our state. God bless you.
Thank you, Ainsley.
You're welcome.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley. Ducey, do, 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 do. I'm Ducey. Doozy, doozy, doo, 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 doo. Oh. There's a bird having his hand. Got something in his claws. He brought something. A live bird cam. Off sprays. 5:36 p.m. wherever they're at. So probably in England or something. So it's like, I got this food, dog. What is it? I don't think it's moving anymore, is it? It acts like its foot is hurt or something. What the hell? Is something attacking its foot? Stuck on its foot? Baby, what is happening, dude? What the fuck is happening? What's that? Oh wait. Oh no, there's live crab. It ends up walking off the nest apparently. I didn't realize this was a video, I thought it was live. Foundation of NJ, so I guess apparently this is in New Jersey. Oh shit, there it is. Oh, there it is. is. There it is. Oh shit! It's ripping its legs off. Oh, look at that shit, bro. Little crabby. It's like, I'm fucking. Come here. Come on here. You crazy ass. I bet it survives that fall too, though, because it's got an exoskeleton. And it hit the grass, so it should cushion its fall. Since it's not heavy, and it's so wide, I wouldn't have much. They have a lot of resistance from the wind. Really fall fast. I think it would probably survive this fall. I don't want none of that shit. See, only they can hear that. It's really low pitch. Crab's doing it right now. And they're like, what the fuck? Wait, did you hear that? Better let him go. The hell did you bring him up here for, Sally? Well, you said you were hungry. What the fuck? We don't ever eat those things. Well, I mean, all I could find. Sally, you know better. Find something else for us to eat. Ain't gonna jump out. Come on now. Any second now. Any second. Oh, now I need to see this thing walk off the nest now. There we go. Whoa! Oh, why didn't they zoom in down there? Fucking dummies. What the? Need to know. Now we'll never know. Looks like there was another one that wasn't so lucky. Yeah, I thought I saw that too. Over here in this area. Oh, no, it's right here. They are able to get inside of them. You shell right here. Left. Left. Yeah, you can't see my pointer. Breaking. China slaps 34% retaliatory tariffs on U.S.
Right now, the Dow
Fuck you,
futures
China.
down
We don't
sharply
need
as
Chinese
global
shit.
markets take a big hit in response to President Trump's tariffs announcements. And just moments ago, China announced plans to implement 34% retaliatory, thank you, tariffs on U.S. goods starting April 10th.
So senior White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich is watching all this. She's a little seasick, and she joins us now. Jackie, tell us the latest. And you have your own landscaper issues, it sounds like.
I do. I do. You know, Brian, this market reaction was a shock to everyone, really, except for President Trump, who likened it to a scheduled medical procedure to treat a sick patient.
I think it's going very well. It was an operation, like when a patient gets operated on, and it's a big thing. I said this would exactly be the way it is. We have $6 or $7 trillion coming into our country, and we've never seen anything like it. The markets are going to boom, the stock is going to boom, the country is going to boom.
And his administration is echoing that line, even as the impacts keep coming. This morning, China announcing retaliatory tariffs of 34% effective April 10th. That, by the way, is exactly the kind of countermeasure that Treasury Secretary said would prompt escalation from the U.S., repeatedly warning against it. The president's aides maintain the strategy will work and the fallout will be short, despite recession warnings from some economists.
This will be a short time of uncertainty, and then we'll move back to the prosperity that this president has envisioned, that he is so bold and so willing to fight for. And I couldn't be more proud and stand next to him. The new golden age of prosperity will move in.
Now, there are some signs that the president's prescription might work. General Motors announcing plans to boost production of light-duty trucks in the U.S., announcing that it is hiring several hundred temporary workers as the auto industry also grapples with sector-specific tariffs.
The renaissance of American manufacturing coming because Donald Trump is bringing them back. He's driving them back. $6 trillion, he said today, he's got committed to America. It's unbelievable.
And other countries are also responding. Mexico and Canada both hastening negotiations with the U.S. toward a new USMCA trade deal. Eric Trump posting to X, "I wouldn't want to be the last country that tries to negotiate a trade deal with Donald Trump. The first to negotiate will win. The last will absolutely lose. I've seen this movie my entire life." Meantime, Democrats are sounding off about the inflationary impacts of this plan in the House, planning to force a vote to try to kill the tariffs entirely, guys.
All right. Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
Jackie.
All right.
Brian?
So this just came across, guys. So China officially has retaliated. You know, when you put the fentanyl penalty along with the tariffs issued yesterday, we have tariffed China over 50%. They have just responded. They don't want to be bullied, air quotes. They with a 34% tariffs. They also listed 11 American companies of so-called unreliable entities. And they're going to halt chicken imports, too. Listen, we get a lot more from them than they get from us. Yeah, and drone companies, which a lot of it's going to hurt the defense industry, too, because a lot of the parts that we use, sadly, and astoundingly, that our Pentagon uses are from parts and materials that we get from China. So this is a big wake-up call. The other big story is pharmaceuticals are going to be targeted as early as today. Why? Remember, we don't make any drugs here, but yet we use them all. So how do you bring manufacturing back? Well, if you're in Ireland, there's no reason to come here. It's at 0%. But now we're going to start bringing it back as tariffs hit. Lastly, about China, it looks like we're going to tariff third parties that buy Venezuelan oil. Guess who buys Venezuelan oil? China. So they could be hit in the oil pocket, too.
Well, Brian, I think the statement that they produce and they're being bullied is comical. They steal products. They use slave labor. They spy on everything that we do, especially if you're a company there, you got to turn over all your data to them as well. And they use that to build up. They're funding some of our enemies as well. So if there's anybody getting bullied is the United States. We finally you got COVID as well. Good point, Ainsley. So what we have now is a president that is taking it seriously and taking it to China.
Yeah, and Bill Ackman, who is the billionaire hedge fund guy, he said, my advice to foreign leaders is that if you have not already reached out to President Donald Trump, you need to do so immediately. Trump is, at his core, a deal maker who sees the world as a series of transactions. Based on his track record to date with foreign governments, law firms, and universities, he is a tough but fair negotiator. He loves to make deals, and he loves to get things done promptly. Promptly. I expect Trump will reward the early deal makers with fairer deals than those that wait to sit down at the negotiation table, which sounds just like what Eric Trump said. And Donald Trump said, every country has called us. That's the beauty of what we do. We put ourselves in the driver's seat. So I think if you're one of the first few countries that's calling him, trying to make a deal, that's the one that's going to get those countries are going to get the headlines and going to say they're working with the United States. So I think it would be smart if they were doing this? It looks like they might be behind the scenes.
So a couple of things. Yesterday, Ainsley and I, we know a shirt manufacturer and textiles. And he said the one thing that I was showing Ainsley, the text messages that people should realize is that we don't really have textile mills that make shirts because it's not a matter of just plugging it in, turning on a machine. Right. You actually need skilled people to do it. So if you're going to tariff 25%, let's say, coming from Vietnam, right away they almost become insolvent, especially if you took on debt after the pandemic to keep your company alive. So there's so many different elements to it. You could sincerely want to bring your business back. But America right now says, I'm sorry, all we have is vacant warehouses where factories used to be, or we were never good at it. Ethan Lane, the Senior Vice President of Government Affairs, Exporters, said, doesn't love tariffs, but understands what Trump's doing.
Nobody who imports or exports likes tariffs, us included, right? This is not a tool that we would pick if we had other options. But the president makes a very good point that for a very long time, we've had the raw end of a lot of these trade deals. You know, in the case of the beef industry, we've been used as, trade bait or a bargaining chip in some of these international relationships. And it's led to some really lopsided relationships. And our hope here is that the president can use this tool to square up the deck and get us a little bit of a better deal with some of these trading partners so that we're not balancing the backs of these different trade balances on U.S. farmers and ranchers. So, we're hopeful this happens quickly and that we can get back to some low tariff trading with our neighbors and our partners.
Yeah, I think he highlights a point, Ainsley, that I think shouldn't have to be highlighted is they don't want tariffs. That's not something that these communities want, but they're saying they're getting screwed over. And why are we accepting products with no tariff on it, and the other countries are putting tariffs on our beef? And I think that's where it's gonna come down to. All these mom and pops, all these local businesses, whether it's the steel, the farmers, all the other producers, they're saying that it needs to be some give and take here.
Yeah, it needs to be free and fair, and that's what Donald Trump says.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and
It's the one that always comes from the left with the lighter paws. It was in the alley, though, I saw this morning. The time of the day when the camera is not sharp, it's how the sun hits the window. Actually, as sharp as it'll get, it's just because of how the sun.
some medical checks. They will actually get on a helicopter that will land on that helicopter pad on top of the ship and take them back to land a little bit faster than being on the ship.
Dragon SpaceX, rigging complete. Approximately 5 minutes until capsule lift.
Dragon copy, 5 minutes until capsule lift.
Request to bring cameras back on board.
Basic Dragon, stand by.
Copy, standing by. One other note, please be advised the ground team is working to clear the insufficient O2 for full depress caution from your board.
Dragon copy.
You may have heard those comms there, but we're getting very close to Dragon being lifted out of the water with that hydraulic lift system there.
Very cool to get a chance to see this recovery vessel at work, too. There are a lot of different ground and water-based support systems that go into every launch and recovery.
Brace for capsule lift.
Dragon copy, brace for capsule lift.
We also saw our iconic team member jump into the water. The From 2 crew inside of the Dragon capsule being lifted out of the water and will be gently placed on that Dragon nest that you see there. These views are awesome. This is so cool.
In case you are Basic Dragon, still requesting to stand by on cameras internal.
No problem. Cameras will remain external.
Some more communication there between our crew and mission control. In case you joined us later in the webcast, this was our first recovery of a Dragon off the West Coast. So it'll be interesting to hear what our recovery teams have to say about the differences between operating on the West and East Coast. Typically, the West Coast water is a little bit colder, so we'll see what the fast boat crew members especially have to say about the difference.
Hopefully, with the warmer, sunny weather, it was a little bit warmer in the water for them.
Yeah, we had beautiful days, beautiful daytime views today of Dragon's recovery. We did splash down just off the coast of Oceanside, California, but we narrowed that selection down from 3 possible landing sites along the West Coast today. And all of that was decided in part by weather, but a lot of other different variables.
Go for cameras internal.
Copy. Taking cameras internal.
Yeah, let's see what they're doing in there. They're naked. They had to put their clothes back on. That's why we couldn't see what's going on right now. Probably. They're all butt naked in there. Fucking freaking off. The baby oil. It's to celebrate making it back to Earth. The thing they do. And if you don't have a female in there, well, you got to do it with the guy you're in there with.
The From 2 crew is still inside of the Dragon capsule, still patiently waiting in their seats. And that is Mission Commander Chun Wang, Vehicle Commander Yannicka McNicholson, Mission Specialist and Medical Officer Eric Phillips, and Mission Pilot Rabia Roga, waiting for that Dragon hatch to open here momentarily. Before that happens, we're going to translate the Dragon capsule over to the deck that we saw earlier, and the recovery team will then have access to the hatch and be able to open it up and allow the crew members to exit.
And Dragon cameras are back on board.
Dragon copy.
Looking good, guys.
Now, before we move forward with, there's our first first view of the crew following splashdown. Everybody looking happy, healthy. The first person to meet with the crew is actually going to be a SpaceX medical officer to continue checking on the health of the astronauts. See some fist bumps there. Everybody's happy to be home.
Welcome aboard the recovery vessel. Recovery personnel are completing their final checks. Stand by for translation to the egress platform.
Dragon copy. Standing by.
That's so awesome to see them so connected with each other and excited, holding hands as they, are completing the final steps of their mission, which is not quite over yet. Exiting the capsule is a part of their research. So they've got one more step to go before this mission is complete. Looks like Rabia is trying to experience what gravity is like again.
It'll be great to hear their description of having been up in space, given the wide variety of backgrounds that they brought to this mission.
Right.
Right now, we are standing by for translation of the Dragon up to the deck before opening the hatch on board Dragon. Before opening the hatch, the spacecraft's cabin pressure needs to be equalized with the outside environment, so we may hear some chatter about that as well. Once the hatch is opened, we mentioned it earlier, but that will be our crew's first breath of fresh air since boarding Falcon 9 at the start of their mission on March 31st.
The astronauts will egress from Dragon's side hatch, pending spacecraft orientation or translation to the deck on the recovery vessel.
Some more views on the left-hand side of your screen of our recovery teams interacting with the capsule, getting everything ready for that translation movement. And on the right-hand side, of course, we have the smiling faces of our promenades.
And if you're looking at the right hand of your screen, from left to right, we have Mission Specialist and Medical Officer Eric Phillips. And then in the seat, maybe a little bit tired from the mission. In the seat next to him is the pilot, Rabia Roga. And then Vehicle Commander Yannicka McNicholson and Mission Commander Chun Wang, all patiently waiting for the Dragon capsule to translate to the deck, that Dragon hatch to open and take their first breath of fresh air back on Earth in a few days.
This crew completed just about 55 orbits of the Earth during their mission, passing over the poles roughly every 46.5 minutes.
Yeah, and just cool to just get a different perspective of Earth in the polar orbit. No crew has ever orbited that orbit before, which is so awesome that this From 2 crew has made history. And selfies. And it's cool that Chun is using his phone even with his gloves on. These are gloves that are made to work with displays, and it looks like it still works with your phone.
I'm excited to see that picture.
Yeah, I know.
Of course, we do have our crew visors up at this point because we are safely on board Shannon, our recovery vessel. But the space suits really are an extension of the Dragon capsule. So our crew dons them both for ascent and descent and any dynamic phases of flight on board Dragon. So we're getting these great views inside here. It looks like maybe another selfie is happening, which is great. And now that visors are up, we've got great views of all of our crew faces, smiling here, happy to be home. And looks like everybody's doing really well.
Yeah. You know, with a mission like this, you definitely have to document every moment.
Oh, and there we're seeing great visual of Dragon beginning that translation on the nest up to the deck. There's our recovery team preparing to open up the hatch. Obviously, a medical officer standing by to greet our crew. They are going to exit Dragon unassisted today, which again is one of their final experiments as a crew here. This is unique because the crew has been operating in microgravity. So what we're testing here is their coordination and their ability to transmit, or their ability to go from that zero gravity environment back to regular gravity here on Earth while wearing their roughly 35-pound spacesuit.
Right, and the reason why we're doing this type of experiment is because when we go and explore places like the moon and Mars, you might not have a recovery crew there waiting for you to help assist you. So learning and understanding, you know, what happens to your body while you've been out in space for a while, and trying to understand, you know, what may or may not be needed to be able to exit a spacecraft unassisted is extremely important for those type of missions in the future.
Dragon SpaceX, stand by for side hatch opening and egress.
Dragon copy. Standing by for side hatch opening and egress.
Right now, we're just standing by for that hatch opening so that our crew can exit, which you're hearing us use the word egress. So egress the capsule and get underway with medical checks and following up with additional research, of course, seeing their families.
And there's that hatch open.
Don't touch them. Make them do everything on their own.
We are, what you can see there is we are putting a protective frame around the hatch for when they exit. This is important to make sure that we don't damage the suits or the vehicle as they exit the capsule. Again, this vehicle is reusable, so we want to maintain the integrity of the vehicle as well as the making sure that the crew is safe as they exit. And that specifically covers the seal of the hatch. That sealing surface is extremely important. As we've been mentioning, that hatch has been closed since Monday, since before they lifted off out into space, and this is the first time it's been reopened since then.
Yeah,
this was this capsule's fourth launch and splashdown. So to your point about keeping an eye on making sure everything stays ready for recovery and reuse, we're looking forward to flying this Dragon again.
Another hatch.
a few more steps here while we're standing by for the egress of our From To crew out of their Dragon spacecraft.
If you're just now joining us, the From To crew is made up of Mission Commander Chun Wang, Vehicle Commander Yannicka Nicholson, Mission Specialist and Medical Officer Eric Phillips, as well as Mission Pilot Rabia Roga. Currently still inside of their seats, inside of the Dragon capsule, and will soon perform their last research experiment of exiting the capsule unassisted.
Jesse, as you mentioned, this last exit here is one of our research experiments. So we actually did just see senior scientific research engineer Marissa Rosenberg enter the capsule to talk to the crew to brief this final experiment. She's been working very closely with the crew throughout their preparation for launch on all 26 of these experiments.
What a
the SpaceX
lady.
research program really is geared toward experimentation that supports long-duration spaceflight.
Go ladies. You're fucking doing things in the world. Let women go. Look at how women are doing. While wearing Vans. What the fuck is going on, dude? Why does she have Vans on? She's the one in charge? What is she, a college kid? Everybody else has black shoes on but her. Him or whoever the hell that is. Why does that person think they're special? Oh, it's so fucking hot. It is a fucking... Get this guy out of here. And her. Why is her fucking shoes purple? Black shoes. Look at this guy. Brown. You're all fired. People who know how to wear a uniform in here.
A great view of our From To crew just before they exit the spacecraft. And they look very excited.
They do look
Stop
really
funny,
happy.
lady. Stop laughing.
I think it would be
Lay
hard
off
not
the
to be
benzos.
coming back from like the first polar mission, people you've known a long time, worked with before. This is a really exciting mission.
Yeah, and they've done a lot of great work, a lot of research experiments, and just got to see some of the most incredible views that most people don't get to see out of the Dragon cupola during their time in space.
Have they not left that thing the entire time they've been gone? They did not go to the... They must not have went to
Commander Chun Wang actually said on X in one of his
They just
posts
floated
from
around, I think.
Starlink while they were on board that this trajectory was designed for that reason. They wanted to be able to
Roll
see the areas that they
in!
loved and called home, which
Roll
people don't usually get to
in!
see
What's
from the
for
orbits
lunch,
that we
man?
usually fly. So that's what really motivated this polar exploration mission.
Wow. Oh, they weren't even gone that long. They should be able to get out of there just fucking fine. But they can't find better astronauts.
Now, as a reminder, the crew will be exiting the spacecraft unassisted, but the recovery team is there,
You better not need help.
helping to clear some of their
Lady, you better pull your
belongings
fucking
there.
weight right now. Now's the time. You gotta show the women that women can
They
do everything
will
a man can do.
remove their footrests themselves get out of their seat themselves and exit the spacecraft.
Why are they helping
themselves.
them at all? Why are they in there touching anything? They're supposed to be doing everything by themselves.
On your screen, closest
Get out of there, you
to
fuckheads.
us is Mission Specialist Medical Officer Eric Phillips. Next to him in the pilot seat is Mission Pilot Rabia Roga.
They're not going to have people there to touch them. He's touching the woman too, helping her. Of course he is. Don't touch her! Why is he... Get your fucking hands away from her! She can't do it. See? Look at him. Why is he... Don't you fucking touch her, motherfucker. I need to see it. Women can do everything men can do, right?
Looks like Rabia was able to pull herself out of her seat. And looks like she's standing there.
Oh no, she's looking kind of fucking weak right now.
And removing her footrest of her specific seat.
These guys better show her up. Need them to get out of there with some...
Oh, it looks like some cargo, actually.
Some oomph. Guys, if one of the guys can't... Oh, no, wait. Why they got their hands on her?
Rabia Roga was our
no.
mission pilot for the
Hold her up,
2
dude.
crew. It was the first to get up out of her seats
So,
and
pretty
exit
much,
the spacecraft.
the dudes are going to have to help the female get out of the fucking space capsule whenever they get somewhere. Both the dudes, they're going to have one female there because, you know, I mean, they're going to need that female there for a little release every now and then. And
It's a really
so,
big
but they're going to have to
shift
help
for
her get
our
out of there.
astronauts.
And
There she is.
She is.
Oh, she's German too. She's not even
very
American.
Happy and
Outta here.
excited.
Oh, that's great.
Right, you know you barely did that and you needed help. You can barely even stand up anymore.
Mission pilot Rabia Roga of the From 2
That's a
crew.
DEI hire. Let's see what you got, fellas. Come on. Let's see what you got. You're gonna be all wobbly like that, bitch. That Asian dude's stressing right now, though. I don't know if I can do it. He's ready. This guy's ready. He's a UFC fighter.
Looks like Eric Phillips is up next.
Look at him moving. This motherfucker could be out and fighting Martians in no time. Let's go. They have to I want to see in there to see if they fucking got their hands all around him and shit. They're not showing us that shit. Fuck you. Yeah, because they don't. Look how quick he's getting out of there. You see how quick his fucking thing's already out? He's popping out. Bro. Well, He's way... That was half the time.
And there's Eric Phillips standing tall.
Look at him. He's not even
All
wobbly.
smiles exiting Dragon. This is great.
Real American hero. I don't know. Might have been Australian. I'm not sure. But still. Man. It's a man's job right here. Who else we got? Get out of the way, lady. They don't need you in there fucking cheerful, though. Is that a female? Well, maybe she does. Come on, you can do it. I think it's a dude. Dude looks like a lady. Oh, is that? Got here. We got men or women. Men or women. What team are we playing for now? Seems like a woman. This guy's taking forever.
And looks like Vehicle Commander Jannica Mikkelsen is now out of her seat.
It's a woman. And she looks like she can barely stand fucking up.
Lifting up some cargo.
Okay, she's better than the last one, though. She's definitely quicker than the first female. Oh, she almost did it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give her a round of applause for trying, though. She definitely didn't do it, though, without being helped. So that's the second female in a row that
There
needed
she
help.
goes.
Oh, it's no this the
Yannicka
coincidence. So
Mickelson. Very, very excited.
you did it. Yeah, you get the DEI prize. Yay. This guy's got him. This Asian
And
dude.
last but especially not
Oh, don't let us
least,
down, brother.
Mission Commander
Come on, brother.
Wang
You're Asian, but you got this.
will conclude this
Bruce
final
Lee, man.
research experiment in a few moments.
What he's got? He's gonna channel his Kung Lu, his Wang Pao.
Just in case you're just joining us, the experiment that we're doing right now is watching our crew
He's not even
exit
stressing. Look at
Dragon
him. He's
unassisted.
chilling. He's like,
The reason that's important is because when you're up in space operating in microgravity, we see some
You doing this,
changes
dog?
in bone density, muscle strength, even over a short period of time. So we're testing our crew's ability to exit the Dragon spacecraft
bone
unassisted.
density
In
in
no
3
small
days,
part
lady.
because in the
Come on
future,
now.
either on the moon or on Mars, we may not have a recovery
Strength,
team there to
maybe
meet our
be a little-
astronauts.
Especially when we go for the first time.
You've been eating MREs for the past 3 days. Might be a little deficient in energy. Is this an actual
Again, this
Chinese
is our mission
person
commander,
or what?
Chun Wang, exiting Dragon.
Is he gonna have a Chinese flag on his arm? Please let the mission commander at least be American. If he's not, what the fuck are we
Also
even doing?
reaching for some cargo.
Has there been an American come out of this thing yet? Wait, he's not. What is he? What flag is that? Italy? Women are awesome. Women are weaker than men, though. Let's see if this guy's got it. Boom, boom, boom. Don't you touch him! Why they fucking? God damn it! Take hands off of him. See if he can do it on his own. Dude, they shouldn't be touching him.
And Mission Commander Chun Wang
They could have left the hands a little further away
has
just in case
now
he fell.
exited the spacecraft.
I understand. There's no control with the experiment
What an
if they help at
awesome
all. Like,
team, awesome mission.
the women
and
needed way more
a
help than the
diverse
men,
group
though.
of experience.
It was like
Excellent
definite
mission.
that
This
that
was an
woman needed help. She
awesome, very
fell.
unique,
And the other one
different
seemed
experience,
like she
and
was
I
needing
can't
help
wait
inside.
to hear more from the crew
And
and
she was super
what their experience
wobbly at first.
was like on orbit.
Neither of the dudes were nearly as wobbly as the
now
women.
with our From2 crew now safely
people
back
can't
home
see
on
that,
Earth and getting checked by our medical
they
team,
don't wanna see
the
it.
crew will next be catching a helicopter flight back to
They
shore,
don't want it. They're
and
fucking.
soon they'll
They're
rejoin
idiots.
their families.
That just did it. Who cares if she's wobbly, man? Who cares? She still did it, didn't she? Yeah, but what if she's up like 4 more days than that? What if all of a sudden they're stuck for a little bit longer than they meant to be, and they had to do it on their own? You could barely handle that. Yeah, the Dems don't want to believe that because there have been outliers in the past, but women motherfucking think that they can go back in time in caveman days and be the alpha women. Like, Red Sonja, Joan of Arc. Oh, what's that? Live in Italy, Rome. We're getting. Wait a second. We're gonna switch cameras. This is live though, and this channel is normally live when it says live. It always has been. A bunch of kids, white kids, and black. Are they anti-right-wing government? unrest during the procession organized by the opposition in Rome in conjunction with the Council of Ministers. Whatever the hell that means. Got a fucking Wu-Tang hoodie on. Oh, guys, have you seen this? Dude, have you seen this shit?
So. You see this crap? You see this? This is why. This is the one and only downside to deodorant. It makes fucking armpit dingleberries appear. It pisses me off. It really does.
Outlaw's little brother.
A federal judge says that
Gotta give Simon medicine another time, another medicine. Line go up. Gotta do. He needs it. Do it. What is that? Shadow Beast. Splashdown.
All right, we're out here on the lake. Just caught us a spot out of 60 feet of water. We're gonna have to fizzle. They get really deep, come up, air bladder starts to expand. We want these fish to live. So good. Let's see it. What do you do?
Typically try to go like 1-2 scales back from that side fin. Get underneath the scales and go straight in.
Perfect, dude.
Let them get all that air out. It's easy to do when you're catching big ones.
Yeah. And now when we release them later today, they'll go right back down to the bottom.
Instead of going belly up in the live well, he's good to go.
There we go.
Wow.
All right, we're out here on the lake. Just caught us a spot out of 60 feet of water. We're gonna have to fizzle. They get really.
Hey, amazing. Pheasant. Heard about pheasant fish before.
Con mi bebé casi me robaron en México, me robaron todos los documentos, el celular, casi se roban a mi bebé. No se vayan, no se vayan porque los están.
The Colombians are warning others not to risk it, not to risk the trip. It's not worth it. This day, Martin Luther King was shot and killed. Tennessee, 1968. Yeah.
Destiny, Stephen Bigsby's lawyers say that the hearing that happened this morning was just one step in determining whether or not Bigsby is mentally competent enough to face execution. Bigsby entered the courtroom shortly after 10 a.m. this morning, and he took some time to examine that room before the hearing started. The hearing lasted just over 10 minutes as the state and defense took turns trying to figure out the specifics of Bigsby's future competency hearings. Both the state and Bigsby's lawyers agreed that Bigsby's medical records should be available for both sides prior to that court date. Then both sides agreed on the timeline for the next hearing, which is set to happen the week of August 18th. Bigsby then interrupted the judge right before he was about to end the hearing, claiming the court has not been respecting his claims. Take a listen.
But, Your Honor, I just wanted it on the record because I've never been allowed to say what I have a right to say. I've been blocked all the way through. And that's a violation of South Carolina Constitution and the United States Constitution.
And the judge did say that there is a deadline of May 2nd to have specific times and dates for those hearings. Coming up later this afternoon, we'll hear more from Bigsby as well as the 8th Circuit Solicitor. Reporting in Greenville, Nate Stanley, WIFF News 4.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do have some breaking news as U.S. job growth exceeded expectations in March, and we are now just getting in reaction from President Donald Trump to this news as he did post on Truth Social. Let's pull up that quote from the president. He says, "Great job numbers, far better than expected. It's already working. Hang tough, we can't lose." Again, coming in from his Truth Social platform. We also do have another message here from the president as he's speaking on investors coming to the United States. He says, quote, "To the many investors coming into the United States and investing massive amounts of money, my policies will never change. This is a great time to get rich, richer than ever before." So again, some good news for President Trump there as we did get those numbers in from the latest jobs report. And I did want to also share with you some of those numbers as I give you a live look at Capitol Hill this morning here. We are hearing from Fox Business as they are sharing this with us. The U.S. economy, as I said, continuing to add jobs in March, and the pace of job gains picked up at a faster pace than a month ago, despite some economic uncertainty. The Labor Department today announced that employers added 228,000 jobs in March, above the estimate of LSEG economists who anticipated 135,000 jobs gained. The unemployment rate was 4.2%, slightly higher than a month ago and above economists' expectations as well. The number of jobs added in the prior 2 months were both revised, with job creation in January revised down by 14,000 from a gain of 125,000 to 111,000. While February was revised down by 34,000 from a gain of 151,000 to 117,000. Taken together, the revisions reduced previously reported employment by 48,000 jobs.
Oh yeah, that's cool, man. That's really
a major shakeup in the U.S. intelligence community. The Trump administration fired the director and deputy director of the National Security Agency, according to lawmakers on the intelligence committees and former officials. It's not clear why they were let go, but it happened after a meeting with far-right activist Laura Loomer. The White House ended up firing at least 3 staffers on the National Security Council and other officials. A source tells CNN Loomer came to the White House on Wednesday with a list of about a dozen people she claimed weren't loyal to the president's agenda.
Laura Loomer is a very good patriot. She is a very strong person.
Did she have anything to do with the NSC aides who were ousted?
No, we're going to let go of people that we don't like, or people that we don't think can do the job, or people that may have loyalties to somebody else.
President Trump denies that she had a part in the decision. Bringing back the group chat, and Jim Messina, you were like excited about this during the break.
Right.
You've got some concerns. What are they?
This really pisses me off.
Okay.
This is ridiculous. I've been in the White House Situation Room for these discussions. What you realize in that room is there are no good choices. There are choices that get people killed. And what you want around you are the best career, foreign service, and national security people advising you on these decisions. And to say that these people were fired because they weren't loyal to the president, Audie, that's not their job. Their job is to be loyal to the United States of America and give their best advice. And letting Laura Loomer, someone who said that 9/11 was an inside job, letting her decide who those officials are is beyond terrible behavior. And it continues to go to this overarching theme of the Trump administration that we're letting these right-wing fringe people make decisions about our national security, and they shouldn't be anywhere in those rooms.
Okay, so Jim, you said a couple things here I want to underscore. You've been in a situation room that you think career officials are actually who you want in that situation, and that loyalty is not the ideal credential. Rob, I want to turn to you, because whether or not we have the exact specifics here on her role, it's not denied her influence. So what's the point of your cabinet? What's the point of your National Security Council if, kind of a random on the internet can get a meeting and just tell you what they think?
Well, President Trump listens to a lot of different voices. Let's face it, people who are working for his administration and people who are on the outside. And I think that that's probably one of the benefits that allows him to keep in touch with the American people and what the pulse is, Audie.
But does that mean he has confidence in the people he's working with? It sounds like not, if he's still doing loyalty tests.
One of the things that he learned from his first term, and I agree with Jim on this point, that you do want the best people in the room, but you also don't want people in the room who are actively working against what your agenda is and what you're trying to accomplish. And I think that that's what Sergio Gore and the Presidential Personnel Office is trying to do with the people they hire for this administration. They're on a record pace in terms of bringing in people to serve in this administration, which is a far change from what they did during that first term. And so, yes, they're not always going to be in that box that President Trump is going to want, and that's why I think he fired these individuals.
Yeah, when Loomer was on the plane during the election, everyone got all kind of fired up. What is she doing there? And there was a conversation about gatekeeping and the job of the chief of staff and who has the president's ear. How are you seeing all this, the way this chapter is unfolding?
So this chapter reminds me of chapters in the first Trump administration where you had people getting access to the Oval Office that the more traditional professional staff was concerned about. And it was always, remember, we always used to talk about the adults in the room, and the adults in the room would keep these people at bay or wouldn't allow them in. Well, that's not something that is very Trump one. You're not hearing the open concern in the same way. Yes, you heard it on the campaign trail, that senior staff really trying to keep the kind of fringe figures away. But that doesn't seem to be the strategy this time, and we're seeing the result.
I want to get to national security because this is a really important story happening as well. The Trump administration has fired the director and deputy director of the National Security Agency, the United States Powerful Cyber Intelligence Bureau, after meeting with far-right activist Laura Loomer, who claims 9/11 is an inside job, has made vile and racist, sexist comments against Kamala Harris, has made anti-immigration and anti-Islam comments, and goes after any Republican who she thinks is not MAGA enough. What do you think is happening here? Why do you think the president fired these two people?
We have no idea. I mean, except for what you just said, that Laura Loomer told them to. And this is insane. Right? You have some sort of extreme right MAGA person deciding to tell the president that he should fire his national security staff and the head of the National Security Agency. And General Hawk is a great American who's served our country with great distinction for nearly 35 years, I believe, and wears two hats, right? The head of Cyber Command and the head of the NSA. This is not a political job. He's never been in a political position. This is someone who's helping protect our country from threats around the world, especially now. It's critically important with what we're facing in the Middle East and obviously against our key adversary, China. Iran, Russia, North Korea. You're talking about a moment where you would not want to destabilize the National Security Agency, and this is exactly what the president has done without any explanation to any of us, except to listen to Laura Loomer. And, this is just more, again, just pure chaos instead of common sense. And when, he calls these a day of liberation on the tariffs. To me, it's just a day of chaos and cost increases. And now he does this. So I don't know what the explanation is. We haven't gotten any, but I'll tell you, we've got a lot of questions that we want answers to help protect our country.
Hi, I'm Mark Brown.
Outrage is growing over the arrest and deportation of a Maryland resident. He was sent to a prison in El Salvador despite his legal status. Kilmar Abrego Garcia was pulled over March 12th with his 5-year-old son in the vehicle, and the 29-year-old worked as a sheet metal apprentice. Well, his family and attorneys denied any gang ties
Why was he
and
still an
argued the
apprentice?
U.S. has little evidence to support its claim.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia had just finished work on March 12th and was on his way to the bus stop to pick up his children when he was pulled over by ICE and arrested.
Poor kid.
He was taken first to Baltimore, where he was questioned about his alleged ties to MS-13, according to his wife, before being sent to Texas and put on the third flight that left for El Salvador under the Alien Enemies Act. Deported despite having the legal status of withholding of removal. News 4 spoke with Abrego Garcia's wife, Jennifer, on March 17th.
This is unfair. You just don't go randomly picking up people and sending them and putting them on a plane.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said Tuesday, without evidence, that Abrego Garcia was a member of MS-13 and was involved in human trafficking. But despite the error sending him to El Salvador, she said he is not coming back.
They admit that they made a mistake in this case. They have, obviously the evidence is so airtight that they couldn't possibly deny having made a mistake. But now that they've made this mistake, their attitude towards this case is, well, we've tried nothing and we're all out of options, right? He's in El Salvador's hands now. You got a problem, go talk to them. We don't accept that.
Simon Sandoval Motionberg says he has never seen the government take such a hardened stand, especially when they admitted a mistake.
We're going to court on Friday afternoon. We're asking the judge to order that the U.S. government ask nicely. Right? That's the first step. That's got to be the first step. Our government has, ties to the Salvadoran government at the all up and down, right? We're in constant communication and coordination with them.
When News 4 asked the Department of Homeland Security today for the evidence it has showing Abrego Garcia was in a gang and involved in human trafficking, the agency's response was this. The judge found he was in MS-13 and then granted him protection from a rival gang.
The basis for that allegation in 2019 was a confidential informant, one of these anonymous tips. There was never any concrete evidence produced.
In the meantime, Abrego Garcia's family waits and wonders. Jennifer told us when we talked more than 2 weeks ago that she had an emotional goodbye with Kilmar before he was taken away.
This is a street scam game that tricks your eyes. If you don't know the secret, no matter how you bet, you'll never win because the performer controls everything. Here's how it works. The performer places the stick in the middle of the rope and then wraps the rope around it like this. In a normal setup, they hold both ends of the rope and pull. This always makes the rope loop around the stick, 100% guaranteed. So how does the guy in the video escape? Well, there's a clever trick. Before wrapping, one end must be longer than the other, like this. Then, the stick goes in the middle, and the wrapping looks the same as before. The secret is in the final move. Look closely. While covering with their hands, the short end stays still, but the long end loops around once more. This small switch changes everything. Now, when they pull, the stick escapes instead of getting caught. This is a street scam game that tricks your eyes. If you don't know the secret, no matter how you bet,
I mean,
you'll never win because the performer...
They definitely all know the secret. This is something they probably pull on tourists. Like they'll all be working together and they'll all be in on it, but then they'll have like one tourist that'll walk up probably and they'll all split the money on they make off of them. Probably. I mean, how would they not know? They're from there. I mean, it only takes one guy figuring that shit out. Everybody's like, hey man, that's some bullshit right there. You can use that for your prayer to call if you'd like. It still has a fucking Ukrainian flag on his stream. I just think go over there and fight for you.
Developing right now in Lake County, Florida Highway Patrol says this video is at the center of their investigation into a deadly crash over the weekend. Troopers claim 4 women were drinking while speeding.
116? Oh my god.
3 of them died.
On a 2-lane
Another
road?
is in the hospital tonight in critical condition.
Where are they
Fox
driving?
35's Randy Hildreth is live at the hospital in Orlando. And Randy, you spoke to the sole survivor's mother. What did she say?
Yeah, good evening to you, Luann. Spoke with her late this afternoon.
I don't even go that fast
described her
in my
daughter
car.
as a fighter, and she is certainly fighting for her life right now. As you mentioned, we have video that has been confirmed by FHP that they are using as part of this investigation. I want to warn viewers that some of this video may not be appropriate for younger viewers. As FHP says, one of the women that you will see in this video is one of the women who was killed.
80 max on a 2-lane road.
Speeds
Probably.
appearing to top 100 miles per hour. And alcohol passed around the vehicle. Florida Highway Patrol says this video is now part of their investigation into this weekend's deadly crash in Lake County.
In that vehicle, if the video ends up being exactly what our investigators are able to prove, there was a lot of distraction in that car for the driver and for the other passengers.
State troopers say the crash happened early Sunday morning along State Road 19, just south of State Florian Lane. Investigators say the driver failed to negotiate a curve, ran off the road, hit a pole, and flipped several times. They say no one was wearing a seatbelt and everyone was thrown from the Jeep. 3 people were killed: Kenesha Lewis, Octavia Pugh, and Shakayla Mathis. A 4th passenger, Mariah Belcher, is in the hospital.
My child is here, but it's 3 kids that lost their lives behind this. And I want their family to go through their grieving and not have to worry about my baby.
Mariah's mom says her daughter is still in critical condition but stable. She has a traumatic brain injury, fractured vertebrae in her neck, and suffered a spleen injury.
My whole ride from Alabama, all I can say is my child should live and not die. and she's fighting.
Marcia Knight says her daughter and her friends may have been leaving a party when they allegedly made the post on social media and crashed. She says it's hard watching that video and knowing a night of fun with friends ended like this.
The accountability on my half goes towards my daughter. Because if you knew this person had been drinking, you knew you guys were drinking before, there, after, why? You know what I'm saying? You know better.
FHP says they're still waiting on toxicology reports in this investigation. They also have to compare data from the vehicle to how fast the vehicle was recorded in that video. Investigators are also reminding you to wear your seatbelt.
And in a GoFundMe created for Kenesha Lewis, she is described as a mom of 5, and she is remembered as a sweet and loving woman.
Mom
There was
of
another
5.
GoFundMe created for the victim,
What a
Octavia
dumb
Pugh, by
cunt.
her family.
Is it the
And they say
driver?
they are heartbroken by this. And the entire community is heartbroken. The mayor of Houston
driver?
posted on Facebook today that there will be a prayer vigil this
It's
weekend
the driver.
on Sunday
That's
at
a dumb
5 o'clock
cunt.
at Carver Park to honor
5
all
kids
of
and
these
she
women.
was out acting
Reporting
like
tonight,
that?
Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
So sad, Randy. Thank you.
Yeah, acting like that if you have 1 kid. Why she's got 5 kids now? Oh. Dude. Wow. Now who's gonna bring up all those kids? Damn it, man. Motherless kids. Hopefully their dads aren't locked up. Yeah, I would think most people. They just don't give a fuck. Oh.
Not the sight you want to see when you come home to your apartment. More than 50 people out of their homes tonight after someone vandalized a fire suppression system, causing major flooding at this apartment building in Inglewood.
Yeah, and police there are still trying to figure out who exactly did this. Fox 31's Kasha Carriage is joining us live tonight from the Parkview Towers near Highway 285. And Logan with the very latest in this investigation tonight. Kasha?
Jeremy and Christine, there were a lot of difficult factors that went into evacuating today, including the snow. Some people had disabilities and others had their pets with them. But for many of these neighbors who just met today during this hardship, they all worked together to get out safely.
I have never honestly seen anything like this in my life.
At the Parkview Towers, over 50 people's entire lives now soaking wet, having to move out in the snow.
About 8:30 this morning, officers were dispatched regarding an incident where a fire suppression system was tampered with, thus causing the building to flood.
Water rushing down the stairs.
Also, on the lighting, it's dropping down. And it was like there's puddles all over the apartment.
No one can stay in the building in the meantime.
You walk on the carpet and it
Damn,
squishes.
that
It's,
sucks.
you know, on the second floor, there's still a big puddle of water that hasn't saturated through yet. The paint is starting to peel off the walls and the stairwells.
You guys have not met before today?
No.
Not really, no.
This is the day of meeting all my neighbors.
Helping each other into moving
They
trucks
haven't
or just
met,
grabbing the
and
essentials.
they're holding each
We
other.
just grab the cat and grab the keys to the car, grab the wallet.
But despite the evacuation,
Every time we do these things, even though they're dramatic and even though they're terrible and really
sounds like it
causing
made a
lot
couple
of
out
issues
of,
for people do come together and
good
work
happened.
together to try to make the best of it.
now the property management here is trying to get hotel vouchers for all of those residents. There are actually already crews here starting to
Oh, no, they
clean
can't
up here
afford those.
tonight. Inglewood police
The
believe
migrants
that these
took all that
residents are going to
money,
be out
probably.
of their apartments for at least a week, although they're not exactly sure the
Already in those
timeline just
hotels.
yet. And fire and police crews are going to remain here on scene just to make sure the property stays safe. Reporting in Inglewood, Kasha Carriage, Fox 31.
Mm. Mm-hmm. Cats act weird, don't they? I guess don't. You can't. Oh, man, I don't think the deal with these cats is they see the next.
Hey, how is this?
Not so. Somebody was on vacation. Viral video. I haven't seen it. It's not that fucking viral.
10 o'clock news starts now.
Good evening and welcome tonight. I'm Mark Wilson.
And I'm Allie Corey. Thanks for being with us.
Chill, bro. Chill, bro. Please, bro. Please, okay, please, bro. Please, bro. Please, bro.
That's first at 10 tonight. This video has now gone viral. It has been viewed more than 8 million times. It was taken in Southwest Florida and shows a boat captain arguing with a fisherman, then climbing right onto his boat while they're still arguing. Fox 13's Genevieve Curtis joins us live with more of this video. Pretty unsettling, and it now has the attention of authorities, Genevieve?
It certainly does, Allie. It
start
was
saying
not
brother?
all calm on the high.
We start saying brother like Hulk Hogan. I did it yesterday, actually. The guy, when I got the eggs from Costco, there was a guy that was like standing in the freezer in the cooler because they were kind of far back, and he was handing to everybody. Two. Oh, thanks. He handed me my one. Thank you, brother. Brother instead of bro, because bro is, I don't know. It's kind of it's losing its meaning.
Diocese. In that viral video, you can see just how tense things become. Police, FWC, and the Coast Guard all investigating this viral video with millions
say it to people
of
they're in
views,
arguments
and
with.
it really has the angler community fired up.
A couple will be in an argument, a married couple, and the husband will call the wife bro during heated argument. Lost his meeting.
I'm out here all the time, bro.
It's a 4-minute video making serious waves, catching the eyes of at least
And I
8
think
million
it enrages people even more to be called bro like that when like someone says some smart ass shit to them. Like that. That probably like didn't help. Like adding the bro, I don't know if it's the same as adding dude, bro. I don't know. It is a little different because it automatically makes people want to say, "I'm not your fucking bro." They can't say, "I'm not your dude," because you're not saying, "Hey, unless you say, "Hey, my dude." Some people do that stupid shit. If you're just, "Hey, dude," they could be like, "I'm not a dude," and that's weird. What are you then? So yeah, the bro shit needs to stop. Especially when you're arguing with people.
All right, bro.
The million viewers.
All right, bro.
The rage on the water video is taken from the boat of a young fisherman, Gage Towels, along the coast of Punta Gorda. A charter captain of another boat pulls up and has words with the young fisherman over some perceived light issue earlier in the day, which appears to be a case of mistaken identity. The charter captain becomes more aggressive, then threatens to beat up the fisherman, and then jumps into his boat.
Bro, I'm a kid, bro. Please. Apologize. Oh, I'm sorry.
The younger fisherman repeatedly asks him to leave and tries to calm down the situation.
There was some violence there. That guy was coming on that boat. My boat's a 2011 24-foot Avenger.
Captain Kevin Little is
Avenger.
a Tampa Bay area
There it is
captain
right there.
who has spent
Kid was
25
acting like an
years
asshole. He
chartering
thought he
his
was
own
an
boat.
Avenger.
You do see more and more of this rage on the water and people getting aggravated.
He understands why the boating and angler community is so outraged over the video.
We're supposed to, as captains, as merchant marines, we're supposed to take the high road. There's nobody that owns the water. Everybody can fish the water.
He says boat rage on the water is real and thinks things could have gotten worse.
I want to see what was said.
He's trespassing now. And in Florida, we got a right to stand our ground law. And that would be like somebody trying to rip your door open and come in on you and take you out of the car.
The video has gotten so much attention that
is he
Punta Gorda
saying?
police are
It
asking
should've
people
shot him?
not to report it anymore. They say they are investigating. The Coast Guard also investigating the incident, saying it has jurisdiction over the merchant mariner's credentials and can suspend or revoke them.
He was scared. He was scared for his life. So in my thoughts that, yeah, there's some kind of penalty that needs to be paid for this.
That's the
and
magic
we have reached out
words.
to the captain's
You say you
team
were
in
scared
that
for your
viral
life. The
video
cops
and have
like
not
up the
received a
charges.
response back. But just to give you some context for how big this has become, several charter companies
Terroristic
with
threats.
similar names are receiving bad reviews online. There has also been a statement issued by the boat company Pathfinder, the boat seen in that viral video. They are making sure that people know they have no affiliation with that charter captain or his company, also condoning the incident there. We've also seen statements put out
Honda,
by
the engine on the back, they have
angler
nothing to do
community,
with this
a
either,
letter
guys.
written
By
to
the
the
way,
president
why Honda?
and to the governor calling for the revocation of the charter captain's license. So a lot of anger at that viral video and people calling for some serious penalties. Reporting live in Tampa, Genevieve Curtis, Fox 13 News.
Their light issue probably was the kid. Who knows if it was mistaken identity or not?
Media app, TikTok. Thursday, Fire.org sent a second letter to the university and posted it online, demanding a response from school administrators and calling on Coach Rodriguez to acknowledge his ban on players dancing on TikTok violates their First Amendment rights to free speech.
No, ban that shit.
The controversy started March 10th when
Be able to
Rodriguez
dance.
answered a reporter's question about the team's social media policies.
I mean, they're going to be on it, so it's not. I'm not banning them from. I just banning them from dancing on it. You know, it's like, don't look. We try to have a hard edge, whatever, and you're in there, you know, in your tights, you know, dancing on TikTok. Ain't quite the image of our program that I want.
If that sounds a little old school, well, Rodriguez has been coaching college football for 18 seasons. He has 136 career wins. He's beginning his second stint as coach at West Virginia and says he's allowed to create rules for his program to get his players to focus.
20 years from now, they want to be sitting in their pajamas in the basement, eating Cheetos and watching TikTok or whatever the hell they can go at it. Smoking cannabis, whatever. I mean, knock yourself out. But, you know, the hope their focus can be on winning football games. You know, how about let's win the football game and not worry about winning the TikTok.
The university has yet to publicly respond to Fire.org's complaints or their letters.
But they got to do it while they're
both
famous.
parties with an interview request, but have not heard
If they
back.
don't make it to the
Thursday
NFL, they got to
morning on college
live off their
football
TikTok
analyst
career.
Greg McElroy's podcast, Rodriguez continued to make light of his ban.
You know, a lot of folks made a big deal about our guys, me so-called banning them from dancing on TikTok. They couldn't dance, so it was embarrassing. That was first off. But I'm like, if they could make money being good at something, I want to make them money being good at football. So how about let's get good at football? Because I don't know if they're going to make money being good dancing on TikTok. Not from what I've seen.
Fire.org may be taking a page out of the 1984 Kevin Bacon movie Footloose, but to date, there have been no
R.I.P.
public
Kevin Bacon,
complaints
man.
from Mountaineers players about not being able to dance on social media. And Coach Rodriguez has not publicly punished any players for cutting loose on video. This whole controversy could see another twist this weekend. A coach could get his wish if the national TikTok ban that became law last year goes into effect before a U.S.-based buyer can close a deal for the social media site. For Straight Arrow News, I'm Chris Francis.
Kevin Bacon and Patrick Swayze. Crazy. What? Somebody killed Kevin Bacon? Wait a second. What? I didn't know that. The man who killed Kevin Bacon ate his testicles. Sentenced to life in prison. What? The Christmas Eve cannibal killer from Grindr. Oh no, this is a different Kevin Bacon. Nah. Kevin Bacon, 25, was mutilated and murdered by a man he met on a dating app popular with LGBT community. Is he still alive? He's still alive, y'all. I was confusing him with the other guy I just said. He's 66 years old. Kevin Bacon is actually still alive. He's still active. Why are you going to say that, Ted? Why are you going to defy me? What is this?
Of a group of very greedy billionaires. They have a... It's going to go up. Groceries, medicines.
Why isn't there a
disastrous, chaotic tariffs that are hurting Americans.
Oh, shit, kind of sucks up. Do-do-do. Once in a generation storm is hitting the U.S.
Tornadoes and heavy rain have caused destruction in the South and the Midwest, with flash floods and more storms expected. At least 7 people have died and communities are still recovering.
New at 6:30, meteorologist Brianna Ruffalo joins us live here in studio, watching the storm's current path and looking back at all of the destruction it's caused so far. Brianna.
Yeah, this morning, a once-in-a-generation weather event is pounding much of the South and Midwest. And you can see it behind me here, all the flood watches and warnings that are in place over several states and cities. And with another round of severe storms advancing across the region, parts of the Mid-South are bracing for potentially catastrophic rains and flash floods. Arkansas is in the bullseye today, with much of the state bracing for up to 10 inches of rain. Arkansas, Tennessee, Indiana, Kentucky, and Missouri are still assessing the damage brought by a series of devastating tornadoes over the past 48 hours. At least 7 people have been killed in Tennessee, Missouri, and Indiana. Many communities are still reeling from tornadoes that destroyed whole neighborhoods.
Patrick Swayze's not, though.
Just hold on to the pole and pray for the best.
I got up one time trying to run, and I couldn't. It almost sucked me up. I really thought I was going to die.
More tornadoes are possible today, as well as up to 15 inches of rain in some areas. Governor Newsom says a group of firefighters are being sent to Kentucky to help. The system's finally going to move east Sunday afternoon, bringing rain to the southeast on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. So we do still have several more days to go here.
Patrick Swayze. He's a Swayze kind of guy. He's got a lot of sways to him. Sways this way, sways that way. Patrick, he's Swayze. He's a Swayze kind of guy. He's the Swayziest guy. Oh. New. A very Swayze person. Patrick.
We are strong. We have changed history. We have bent the arc of the moral universe. And now is that moral moment again. It's a moral moment again.
You may have heard that Cory Booker broke the record for longest Senate speech with his 25-hour filibuster. Why did he do this? Well, officially, it was because he was fed up with the Orange Man or something. But I'm going to tell you the real reason he did this. Now, if you're like me, you're wondering, how long can someone go without peeing? 9 to 10 hours. That's a lot less than 25. Cory claims he stopped drinking water 24 hours before this stunt. But I am hereby accusing him of using a catheter. And I wouldn't blame him for doing so, but I just don't see how it's possible any other way.
Oh.
Anyway, let's watch that special moment when he broke the record.
Do you know you have just broken the record? Do you know how proud this caucus is of you? Do you know how proud America is of you?
I don't give a shit. Oh.
Aren't you proud? Now, you may roll your eyes at this grandstanding nonsense, but Democrats, who are battered and bruised, are loving this shit. So much so, they are going to start remembering him as a guy who could be the next president.
What Cory Booker did over the last 24 hours
I
may
saw
have
this
changed
coming,
the
dude.
course of political history. That speech puts Cory Booker as one of the leaders for the Democratic Party. 2028.
Voters who want to support
Because he was
Democrats
willing to
are
wear a
hearing from
condom
somebody
catheter?
who potentially wants to be in leadership, maybe even another run for president in 2028.
And that is the real reason for this speech. Cory Booker wanted one more try at his failed Spartacus moment.
I will say that I did willingly violate the chair's rule on the committee confidential process. I take full responsibility for violating that, sir, and I violated this rule knowingly. Now, I appreciate the comments of my colleagues. This is about the closest I'll probably ever have in my life to an I am Spartacus moment.
Did it work this time? It very well might have. But don't fret. If he runs for president, you may not even know what he's saying.
La situación ahora es inaceptable. Este presidente ha atacado, ha demonizado los inmigrantes. Es inaceptable y voy a cambiar este.
There's an idea.
didn't
Maybe the
realize
next
that.
25-hour speech can be in Spanish. As of right now, there is no clear leader in the Democrat Party, and many of the frontrunners have large problems. After this speech, it is a near certainty that Cory Booker will run for president in 2028.
Oh. Oh. Shit. I was thinking the same thing though. Like it's kind of like a setup 4 years from now for him to run for president, like this accomplishment, world record type thing. The sacrifice for our country. I bet he had a catheter in though. I didn't think about that. I don't know why I didn't think about that. Sure. That's way more likely than this dude not pissing for 25 hours. Because even if you don't drink water, your body is excreting fluid. Because it'll be so concentrated at that point, Your body needs to get rid of it faster. It needs to get out of it faster because it's just sitting in there, like toxic. Small amount needs to be gotten rid of faster. Small amount of regular urine, more toxic. So it still need to pee, even if you hadn't drank water in 24 hours, because the body. That's why we dehydrate and die if we don't drink water, because our body is naturally going to get rid of water constantly. We have to replenish it. So even if he's not drinking water, his body's still going to be getting rid of water. It's science. Doesn't make any sense, dude. He didn't pee for 25 hours. If he's willing to lie about that, like an artist who's willing to barely sing but have a track going, like Post Malone. He fell one time through the grating. Y'all seen this? Right here. I get one. Here it is. Not let me do it. That's made it harder to find the one. Problem. The one. I can't pop it out. It's clearly still fucking singing while he's in excruciating pain. And it sounds exactly the same as it did before he fell. People pay hundreds of dollars to see this guy, and he's willing to do that. There's literally no change in what it's saying. You can clearly see he's not singing right there. They're all doing it to different extents too. So, what I'm getting at, government is definitely willing to put a fucking condom catheter on to possibly be president of the country. Artists are willing to do this type of shit, you know, even though they know that there's a high likelihood, look at Milli Vanilli, that they're going to get busted. But their fans don't even care. I brought that up, this Post Malone thing, to people that were Post Malone fans, and they didn't even care. Who's there to see the show? Like, shows used to be about being able to see the imperfections that were that made that show what it was. You know what I'm saying? You could get a live recording of that show and it would sound different than the album sounded. Not anymore. You go to a show, it sounds exactly like the album. He might put a little something in here and there at the end of the song or something, but besides that, it's usually the songs sound exactly like they already did. There's no getting the live one. Maybe he might do one of them live and not have the track there, and possibly that'll be like the one from the year that they put out there for everybody to show. Look, see, it's live, it's all live. But if they're not all out there like that, then any proof. And this right here to me is proof alone that he's a bullshitter, dude. I used to have more respect for Post Malone until I saw this too. And I didn't even see it like this, with it prefaced with it saying that he was doing it. I saw it just normally, and I noticed it myself, and I'm like, it was a different angle, I think, even too, but I'm like, how is he still singing if he's in that much pain down there? Yeah, man. Old saying, don't trust everything you hear and only half of what you see. I think this is the view that I saw originally. And I was like, he's still singing so loud. You can clearly hear that it doesn't change at all. They're listening to a straight recording. This is like, I don't know, at least 10,000 people in here, maybe 20,000 people. That didn't turn them all off from his music instantly? What the fuck? If this would have been Milli Vanilli time, people would have been like, hold up. Y'all, you can't even sing? What's going on? But they know he can sing. They know he's a decent dude. Does that give him a pass to just fake his live shows, though? Why does that give him a pass to fake live performances? That's what I don't get. And of that. Where is the band? Oh, the band's probably up on the stage. This is the walkway. They're probably, maybe actually in the band. I don't know for sure, honestly. I can't see that part of the stage. I'm sitting here, rubbing through it. That's the most of the stage I got is that. I mean, it might not even be a band, but. But this was 2 years ago. And I remember when I was at Red Rocks, I would be telling people, man, these people are up here like lip syncing, dude. I can see it because I'm high on mushrooms. And I can see, like, when you're high on mushrooms, stuff isn't in sync. It's much more obvious for some reason. Because the body's more sensitive to shit, everything. More receptive to things, and being front row like that all the time at Red Rocks, man, I was seeing it almost every act, dude. That they weren't even playing their instruments and shit. They were just up there moving their fingers on them. Like, sometimes, like the instruments weren't even actually on. Possibly for some of the songs, they're just doing the motions, the electric drums or whatever. Because it'd be a split second off. times. A lot of money involved with the act being perfect. I think people that are self-funded don't have record much more likely to perform live without doing that. Like Willie Nelson, for instance. I didn't see Dolly Parton because I was afraid that she was going to do that, but she might not have done that. I don't know how much in charge of her career she is, but she was getting on up there, man. I was thinking maybe she was going to do it just to because it melted out like she'd be able to. Now, I kind of wish I would have went to see Dolly Parton because I had the best seats in the house for front center. Kind of interesting. Looking back on it, I wish because I could have been like 5 feet from Dolly Parton. That's one of the ones I kind of think back on, like, man, I should have went that one. But those tickets also sold for a lot of money. One of my biggest selling tickets of the year, actually. I think they went for $500 each. They were the best seats in the house, though. And I had 4 of them, all right next to each other, right in the middle. Two of the people that bought them got them off StubHub. Another 2 got them off Craigslist. All 4 of them knew each other, though. The guy that got off StubHub had to pay more because it was StubHub, though. They all knew each other. It's kind of trippy. I remember the guy, when he bought them off Craigslist, he was telling me about it. He's like, yeah, my boy bought the other 2 from you, StubHub. Or, I forget how maybe he asked me if I had any more. And I told him that I'd already sold the other 2 and something. So I figured it out, but figured it out. Dolly Parton. Now I'm getting recommended a bunch of Post Malone shit. Kitty here. She wants the head rubs. Is the band now? Where are they now? Vibrating my bladder. Oh man, Trump extended the TikTok deadline.
And again, this is part of Live Impact News. We are as stories break. Look, they come in. I may not have the story readily available. I'm searching for it. I'm gonna let you know that I don't have the story readily available, but I'm gonna get the information shortly. So I think I have it pulled up here. All right, so breaking news right now. This is involving TikTok, as I just mentioned. Trump extending TikTok's deadline for the second time. Let me read what CNBC has on its website. Now, President Donald Trump on Friday extended a deadline requiring China-based ByteDance to sell the U.S. operations of TikTok or face an effective ban in the country, marking the second time he has taken such action. Trump announced the extension on his Truth Social platform, saying the TikTok deal, quote, requires more work to ensure all necessary approvals are signed. The extension will keep TikTok up and running for an additional 75 days, Trump said. Now, the new extension kicks TikTok's deadline to mid-June. So they have until about mid-June. I want to go back through this story, this news that we got into just now. So President Donald Trump today extended a deadline requiring China-based ByteDance, that's the company that owns TikTok, to sell the U.S. operations of TikTok or face an effective ban in the country, marking the second time he has taken such action, extending that deadline for the second time for TikTok. So he's extending that deadline for an additional 75 days. This is what Trump had to say, saying the TikTok deal, quote, requires more work to ensure all necessary approvals are signed. And he said the extension will, quote, keep TikTok up and running for an additional 75 days. So this new extension kicks TikTok's deadline to mid-June. So this is a story that was a big story. It's been a big story for a while, but really once TikTok, I want to say went off air, Jeb, but I guess what's the better way to say it? When TikTok went dark back earlier this year. There's a lot of sort of discourse on social media, a lot of talk on social media about it. President Trump extended it, and now he's extending it for a second time, an additional 75 days, which will go into mid-June. So that's the story that we will continue to follow. There, again, some stories developing, coming into our newsroom, new information coming into our newsroom that we want to share here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus.
Damn silly. Don't know what to do you? Figure it out one day. Yeah, dude, I thought TikTok was a national security threat, and Congress voted on that. What happened with that? Isn't it still a national security threat? It's just continuing to be one, and we're gonna pushing it out, give them more national security threat power.
China, 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 China,
the United States of America.
China, 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 China.
You mean we're smoking dog shit, man? You mean we're smoking dog shit, man?
Cut out the jibber jabber. Don't be babbling like a fool. Say what you got to say. That's all. Then shut your dang pie hole.
My stream deck is acting weird. There we go.
I don't do drugs though. Just weed. I don't do drugs though. I don't do drugs though. Just weed. I don't do I don't do drugs. I don't do drugs. I don't do drugs though. I don't do drugs though. Just weed.
Wrong with my stream? I need to change the USB port for it. I got one. See what we got here. First things first, try to give it its own dedicated USB port. Maybe it is. I don't remember when it started happening. Fighting kind of weird.
I don't do drugs, though. Just weed.
Self down. Goes device manager. I've been meaning to do this for a while because since I affected my use of the automatically, because I always have to proper. I don't know which is.
see if we can come up with a verdict up in here. We gonna see. I don't do drugs though, just weed. I don't do drugs. I don't do drugs though.
I think it's finally fixed. Oh no, it's not.
I don't do drugs though, just weed.
Welcome to
the party, China. Welcome to the party, pal.
Yeah, I was. That's it, man.
And to actually be singing ACDC.
Take a little trip, take a little trip, take a little trip with me. Take a little trip, take a little trip and see. Take a little trip, take a little trip, take a little trip with me.
Broken. Won't let me play 2 songs in a row off of the soundboard without locking up. Yep. Oh! Fight me. Oh, come here. Another dog, 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 another day, another dog, another day, another dog, another day, another dog, another day, another dog, shit. Piss, shit. Piss, shit. Wow, that would taste way different. That would actually taste like weed. That's that King Louis, ain't it? Oh, I forget now. What was in the Raw Garden? That King Okay, did it fix it? No, thing is still broken. I'm deleting plugins off this thing one at a time. Hoping that eventually plugin thing will operate correctly. It'll allow me to play a song from it. It's been broken for so long and I've just kind of like ignored it and said, fuck it, I don't need to fix it. But I'm not even doing anything hardly at all every day. Try to fix it. I mean, it is like a piece of equipment. We used to use it much more when off on its own like that. Anytime I play a folding song, it won't let me do anything else after that. It'll turn itself off and I reboot it. It says it could be a power issue. I've already solved that being the problem by plugging it into its own USB power source in the back. It's USB 3 and it is a special USB-C that is supposed to have a cleaner output for audio, actually, which that really doesn't need, but I know for sure it's got enough power now, at least, because I'm using a specific USB-C or USB that the power specs on it are within higher tolerances than a regular USB 3. That's not the issue. Some kind of USB 3 DAC, I think it's a yellow USB port. DAC or no, it's called DAC up. Yeah, USB 3.0 DAC up or DAC up. That's what I'm using right now for it. I didn't even know what that was until this afternoon. I noticed that that's what word I was using, so I looked it up. Like, what? Yellow one. Well, first I looked at my motherboard and I figured out what exact port that was, and it said USB 3 jack up. And I looked up what that was. It explains that it's for like audio, cleaner audio for better power delivery. Well, here's a supposed to be low noise. Interesting little graphic on it. Any kind of sound nerds out there, audiophiles. Clean low noise power USB DAC up provides clean, noise-free power delivery to your digital to analog converter. DACs can be sensitive to fluctuations of power from the other USB ports, which is like gigabytes USB DAC up. I guess it's a proprietary thing. Gigabyte takes advantage of an isolated power source that minimizes potential fluctuation and serves the best audio experience possible. That's cool. Like I said, I don't think that matters at all with what I'm using it for. I only have 2 of those ports on my motherboard. Got 2 right here. I'm using this one right here. Other one's going to my camera. I don't know if it makes a difference in either applications. Let's see if oh wait. It'll be on. No. Oh, it's locking up. It's fucking up now. Now we're back. Oh no, it didn't actually shut off that time. Maybe I finally found the plugin that was messing with it. All these are songs songs that I found on Artlist a long time ago, years ago, and put them on the Stream Deck. I haven't heard them in a long ass time actually. Never use it for that anymore because it's been messing up. Dude, what other USB types do I have back here that... Am I even using all of them? I'm definitely not using that USB-C. 3.1 Type-C, USB 3.1 Type-C, I'm definitely not using that back there. What can I be using that for? if I hook up this, if I can start getting 60 frames, if I start hooking up, I'm gonna try something real fast. I have one of those cables. I'll have to get another one eventually if it works, but I'll see if this gives me, because right now when I click on my face cam, it shows it's only being in 30 frames. That's the highest I can get it in. He stopped biting on his a rash. Both cats are eating. My hands are I am washing my hands just much by feeding the cats the way I am. I guess alongside of there being more litter on my hands from petting them. They just keep cracking. Now it's a different finger. It's great. Cracked on the side. It was bleeding a second ago. I just put some lotion on it. But my hands keep cracking. Oh, a good deed goes unpunished, they said. Why is that? So I can't get this thing to stop messing up. I blow it in your butt, blow it in your butt, blow, blow it, kitty, kitty. You got a little wind on your butt, that's me blowing on it. Oh my God, stop wondering. Fuck. Wait. I haven't left the room since bringing this back in here. Has she been up here in the tea? Okay. Did I make this when I was making her food? Fuck, man.
I'm afraid of the dark.
I think she came up on the table while I was getting her food ready, so I'm good, right? She hasn't went up on it. Yeah. But I think I did actually leave my tea in here. I realized when I was just about to take a drink, I'm like, oh shit. Really? Ah. Shit, I left it up here again. Did she come up here? Can't believe I did that. It doesn't have milk in it though this time. Why not smell it? You didn't come up here again? Actually? Cruises, some milk tin. And Mar-a-Lago. Thanks, Steve. Thank you. That's amazing. I would have just watched it back if you. No hard feelings if you didn't notice. I really think it's because it doesn't have dairy in it. It didn't have any kind of milk in it or anything. No sugars or all it is green or yeah, green tea, jasmine. I built a kitty. There's not any calories in it. I can smell calories.
There are many people on both sides of the aisle who have vocally supported Luigi Mangione, the man who gunned down the United Healthcare CEO. There's a bill in California even named in his honor. But there are others, like myself, who don't think killing a CEO is the right way to do things. And people like us have warned about a slippery slope. We may have just slid down that slide to a wannabe Luigi.
Madera police say 30-year-old Narcisco Fernandez entered this Walgreens in Madera, pulled out a handgun, and shot an employee.
The brief surveillance video from inside the store pretty frightening as the suspect looks directly at the security camera, waves, then shot it out.
He not only point blank murdered our store employee, Eric Velasquez, but the store manager and a female victim after the shooting fled out the front door, and he turned and started shooting towards them.
The victim was married with 2 children, an unthinkable loss for his wife.
We have a victim and a wife that has 2 children that are now reeling, trying to put the pieces together themselves and answer the question of why.
To be clear, the motive right now is unknown, but the arrow seems to be pointing in a certain direction.
Police took Fernandez into custody without incident, but now they're wondering why the suspect drove nearly 90 miles to shoot someone he didn't know.
He did communicate to some of the female victims that were out front and said, "This isn't about you," and stormed off to his car to where officers found him reloading his handgun.
Madera police say the suspect in a Walgreens shooting has issues with pharmacies.
Some of his statements show that he had angers towards pharmacies in general, not specific Walgreens.
I think everyone can agree that being mad at pharmacies doesn't permit you to kill a pharmacist, just as being mad at your food taking too long doesn't permit you to kill your waiter, or a flight delay allow you to kill a pilot. We may very well have our first Luigi Mangione copycat, and while the possible motive doesn't run exactly parallel to Luigi's, they still run along the same philosophy of whether or not it's okay to kill a person who's part of an entity that you view as causing harm. If it's okay for Luigi, you're going to have people, potentially like this, interpret that it's okay for them too. Regardless of what his motive actually is, this man is entirely unbothered by the fact that he's destroyed an innocent family.
Throughout the hearing, Fernandez was shaking his arms and legs and at one point grinning after his public defender entered a not guilty plea.
There are many
This is live. Orlando Park. Audio. That's the audio, bro. Audio. He's about to attack him.
All right, the court will call 24 CF 1048, State of Wisconsin versus Taylor Shabusiness. Appearances.
Gordon Leach for the state.
This is new too, like
Taylor Shabusiness
a new
is
one.
personally present. She is in custody with attorney Curtis Jelka.
All right, this matter is set for a preliminary hearing today. Mr. Jelka, what's the status?
Your Honor, my understanding is we are proceeding.
All right, Mr. Leach.
Your Honor, I'm just checking in on the status of my officer. I expected her to be here, so, but I'm also having connectivity problems here. I might need to run upstairs and see if she may be upstairs.
Hold up. Russell Brand has been charged with rape and sexual assault. That's 4 hours old news I'm just now seeing.
Sure.
And Judge, it sounds like just one witness. We're asking for a sequestration, but that may be a moot point.
All right.
Here it comes.
All right.
What? Oh, you missed
Off the
it.
record.
Wait, you can't. Been there. Okay, well, the most important thing happened in like the last fucking 5 seconds. This is.
All right.
It is one witness, Your Honor.
Nothing really happened. She just brushed his shoulder a little bit.
I might need to run upstairs and see if she may be upstairs. If I can have a moment.
Sure.
And Judge, it sounds like just one witness. We're asking for a sequestration, but that may be a moot point.
All right.
It is one witness, Your Honor.
All right. We're off the record.
Right, we do have some breaking news to tell you about. UK police charging comedian Russell Brand with rape and sexual assault. According to the Metropolitan Police, Brand has been charged with 1 count of rape, 1 count of indecent assault, 1 count of oral rape, and 2 counts of sexual assault. The charges relate to 4 separate women.
Studio mogul Harvey Weinstein has been sentenced to 16 years in prison after being convicted of rape and sexual assault in Los Angeles. He will serve that after his 23-year sentence for sexual assaults on 2 women in New York. The 70-year-old Weinstein, convicted in December for his attack on a model and actress in an L.A. hotel room. California's first partner, Jennifer Siebel Newsom, says she was one of Weinstein's victims. She testified at his L.A. trial. She sent us a recorded video with her reaction to the sentencing.
I never asked to join.
A recorded video with her reaction to victims. She testified at his LA trial. She sent us a recorded video.
Either a medical unit. Medical unit has brown, but psych ward, I remember, had like these yellow collars. But that might also be a protective custody thing there in LA County. Psych ward had this color combo though.
With her reaction to the sentencing.
I never asked to join this club. None of us did. Given the impact on ourselves and our loved ones, I understand why so many stay silent. We as victims separate our minds from the trauma held within our body. It's simpler to put the memory and pain in a box and repeatedly tell yourself that it didn't really happen.
Weinstein continues to claim he was set up. His attorney vows to appeal. He spoke out in court himself today, saying that he's innocent and these people are all just trying to take his money.
Our friend Elizabeth Wagmeister from Variety reporting that, saying, in fact, he looked at the judge and says, "I beg you mercy."
Yeah, that's clearly not coming.
No.
Today, Fox 11 was the first to report about a raid at the home of Sean Diddy Combs. Tonight, we're digging a little deeper into the legal issues already facing the music mogul.
They include multiple lawsuits involving.
I thought we were talking about Russell Brand, and they're just going into every fucking. Fox 11 is going in. They made it look like they were going to talk about Russell Brand. 5.5 minutes, but it's like about everybody in Hollywood they're talking about it. Around for like 30 seconds. It's, oh no shit, they don't even have a story on it. They say didn't wait till the end. They couldn't do that though, because people would have been like, hey man, this isn't even about Russell Brand. Why you title about the clickbait? They had to use Russell Brand first.
It's all about tolerance until someone differs with their political ideology.
Coffee here, man. Say, you can't stand your racist mother.
Racist?
Yeah.
Sir, I'm not a racist.
I got in my store people leave. He's wearing some Trump bullshit, got some racist bullshit up in his head. I'm not serving anyone that has to do with that. He's a treasonous asshole.
I don't have a problem with you, sir. I'd like to purchase some of this naked vape juice, though, if that would be all right. All right, see, because... Okay, here's where we're at.
Leave the store.
Here's where you're at.
Leave the store.
Leave
the store.
Here's where we're at.
Leave the store. Get out. Get out.
Help your customer.
It's all about tolerance until someone differs with their political ideology.
Fucking losing it. Now that song is for sale, possibly. I mean, I'll think about it. I mean, you let me know what you think. Wow, that one. Both gonna know exactly what we're in for. Kitty, 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 kitty.
Hey, they want to ask us to ask you to mellow out a little bit. They say too many people are getting hurt.
The moment the Woodstock 99 riots began.
Don't let nobody get hurt. But I don't think you should mellow out. Mellowing out, that's what Alanis Morissette just had you do. Birkenstock rock, y'all. This is 1999. Take your Birkenstocks and stick them up your ass. Right now, I want to do something to see if I can't get this whole place from front to back to get the up. Hey, they want to ask us.
There was some sort of. They started playing break stuff, and people actually started breaking shit. Serious? Diddy is in the background? Hold on.
To ask you.
Oh, he is right there.
To mellow.
It so says, the moment I see Diddy in the background, I knew everybody's chocolate starfish was in danger that day. Diddy's just gonna start popping up in the background of random videos now. I love how 90% of the comments are about Diddy being in the background. Diddy in the back looking for Limp Bizkit. Looking for a Limp Bizkit. The fuck? Riot started when Diddy started launching baby oil into the crowd. Diddy sipping the hot dog flavored water. Well, this person brings some facts to it. The riot started the next day, Sunday, which was the last day. Limp Bizkit performed on Saturday night, and Rage Against the Machine and Metallica performed on the same stage after them. I was there, and it was awesome. And there's Diddy. We need to make a Where's Diddy book or video series. Oh, shit. Where's Diddy? Riots didn't start until the following night when Red Hot Chili Peppers were playing on one stage and Megadeth on the other. Someone else says, I was there. Riot started when Red Hot Chili Peppers covering Jimi Hendrix Fire. I don't even remember there being riots, man. Where the hell was I at? What month was this? I think my mailman might have lost money in the stock market. Bugs. House back up for him. He asked me if I lost money. Talking about how politicians just keep getting, or like they keep getting richer and we keep getting poorer, something like that. They give a shit about us. He must have lost money in the stock market. You didn't lose unless you sell. But has it been going up for a while now or something? I haven't really been paying attention to the stock market. Like I have crypto. I think it has been though. People, it was like a no-brainer probably to invest Thought, pop it up, and people lost that much money. Is it that bad out there right now? That's interesting. No man was talking about it. Hope he's doing alright, man. I wish I could remember his name. I keep forgetting it. I need to ask him what it is again. Unfortunately. Write it down this time. Right. But he was like, no matter who they are, Republican, Democrat, they gotta be watched. He wasn't really like being like anti-Trump or anything. August, that was in July, and I was definitely busy at the time when Woodstock was happening. Was completely out of the real world at the time. I had no way of even knowing that shit was happening. That's interesting. The riot, I'm saying. I never heard about it. Wasn't there Woodstock before this one though? Or the 99 one? Yeah, there was one in 94. I thought so. It was so weird how they had a 94 Woodstock and then they had a 99. Because I remember the 94 one more than I do the 99 one. I remember it. It was like a bigger deal too, wasn't it? No, it wasn't like a 30th anniversary one. Was it 25? Yeah, 25-year anniversary. And they were really gonna try to do that shit up, weren't they? They were gonna try to be like 35-year anniversary, 40-year anniversary. They weren't just gonna do it like 30. They weren't gonna do every 10 because they did 25 and 30. But then I guess 30 didn't work out because they had the riot on the final day. They're like, yeah, we can't do this again. Not worth it. The insurance probably didn't want to cover it. Ones who set this up in an old Air Force base and wouldn't let us bring in food or water, and then charges us $10 for water, are responsible for what happened. Wow, interesting. Very interesting. And I think that they illegalized shit like that. Biden had something to do with it, possibly, with them charging so much for water. They made it so venues have to have free water, I believe, because of the, possibly because of this situation happening. Very interesting. Huh. Because there's that one video on Spotify I listened to where you can hear Biden talking about it, ravers, and it should be illegal to not have like water available and be charged an expensive. Like he said, you know, remember, I forget exactly what he says, but that was like decades ago. They used to be able to do that to us, man. They used to be able to charge us to get in a place and then not have free water. Are you serious? That's crazy. I wonder if I can find something when. Well, there's no specific legislation mandating free water at concerts. The Safe Drinking Water Act of 1974, which regulates the nation's public drinking water supply, is a relevant piece of legislation. So there isn't really. Interesting. There's no legislation that makes a venue liable for having water. Really. They're not legally required to provide water. Wow. So, they never did make that a thing, even though they wanted to. Nine to 99, 94 though, or 94. The better one. They were just money grabbing with the 99. Fuck you, Powell. Powell says Trump's tariffs likely to boost inflation, slow growth. Uh-oh, Hollywood's dying. Oh.
structure, but more and more productions are packing up and heading out. A new report shows filming in California has been on a steady decline, hitting a historic low last year with no signs of improving. Sound stages, the soundproof buildings where movies, shows, and commercials are filmed, were nearly full from 2016 to 2022, with occupancy in the 90% range. But in 2024, that number dropped to just 63%, according to Film LA's latest soundstage production report. One of the big reasons is California's film and TV tax incentives. Yes, productions can get back 20 to 25% of their costs sometimes, especially if they're hiring locally or filming outside the usual LA zones, though a new bill could bump that number up to 35% for some LA-based productions, part of a bigger push to keep filming in California. Bonuses also exist for things like post-production work done in the state, but other locations like Georgia or Canada offer bigger, sometimes uncapped incentives, and productions are following the money.
It's cheaper to bring 100 American people to Ireland than to walk across the lot at Fox. Past the sound stages and do it there.
Actor Rob Lowe talked about the issue on his podcast featuring former co-star Adam Scott, explaining why his game show, The Floor, is being filmed in Ireland and not Hollywood.
It's criminal what the California and LA have let happen.
It's cheaper to fly the
fired.
Even with more than 8 million square feet of production space, LA is losing ground. Film LA says competing markets like the United Kingdom, New York, Georgia, and Ontario, Canada have doubled their stage capacity in the last 5 years. A Film LA spokesperson predicts the jurisdictions that perform well from here on out, the ones with sustainably high levels of soundstage occupancy and job creation, will be those invested in film project attraction at the country, state, and regional level. Film LA notes there's a difference between occupancy and utilization. A stage only creates jobs when it's in use, not just sitting. The report also says TV episode counts are dropping while budgets go up, meaning longer gaps between seasons. But the stakes are high. As recently as last fall, the film and TV industry supported roughly 130,000 jobs in the state, according to a recent Otis College report on the creative economy. So losing productions isn't just a Hollywood headline, it's an economic one. With Straight Arrow News, I'm Kennedy Felton. Download our
Hey, guys, stop.
Why? Excuse me?
These three?
Yep.
You too.
What's happening? What's happened?
Sit.
Come on, what are you doing? Excuse me, I don't have nothing. What happened?
Are these bags? They're ours. And the sunglasses are ours too.
Oh my God. Yeah, sorry. I don't have nothing.
Stand.
Turn around there. What happened? I don't bring nothing. I don't want this.
Sit.
I'm not going with nothing. What is this? Sunglasses.
That's illegal. Now you know why you're sitting here.
Where are you from?
Romania.
How do you spell your name?
I know.
What's your name? Spell it.
I don't know to spell it. I don't know so much English.
What's your name? Spell it. You don't know how to spell your names? Like, how do you spell it in Romania? Do you have any United States identification at all? No.
Okay, I'm stealing.
That's why.
Okay, you go find police. Thank God the police for this street.
Shut up. Stand up. Turn around.
It's definitely no English, dude. I mean, they're speaking it.
Excuse me, sir. I'm going to the police. And what happened?
You stole.
They all get taught English
For sunglasses, we are
when they're young.
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
Yes, that's no criminal thing.
Theft is a crime.
No, it's not a criminal thing. It's a crime. What?
It's a crime. Theft. When you take somebody else's
sunglasses, it's a crime.
When you take somebody else's possession without their permission, it is a crime.
Oh, I don't think so.
Immigration's coming.
Immigration?
Yeah.
Why?
When was this? 2023? I wonder if they let him stay. If they actually got him. Probably still here. Now with the Lincoln Ryan Act, though, if they get caught doing that shit, they'll hold them for ICE to get them. PP is knocked. F out both these cats. Look at them. Simon's knocked out up there. Knocked out right here. Nap time, I guess. They always sleep around this time, don't they?
Call Her Daddy podcast.
Heated argument ends horrifically. Beat you to it, Brody. I beat you to it, Brody. I beat you.
I can't relax, man. Please say relax. I just freaking had to shoot my wife because she threw something at me.
Yeah, it hurts to breathe.
I'm sure. Right there. Yep, got an exit wound. Don't let her die.
Send EMS.
Please.
Kansas police respond to a domestic dispute that turns life-threatening when a man shoots
it's
his
ideal
wife
when
after she
people don't
allegedly
die,
throws
actually.
a concrete object at his head.
I need a hospital. I'm not playing with you right now. Everything is blue. This man ain't no God. I told him. I told him the whole time.
Can you stand?
I told him.
The following report is based on official police records, and most of the footage has never been seen before until
he just
now.
do that on purpose?
At 1:24 p.m. on July 3rd, 2023, dispatchers in Sumner County receive a frantic 911 call from a distressed father detailing the horrific events that have just unfolded inside his home.
Sumner County 911. Yeah, my son just shot his wife. You said your son just shot his wife? Yes. And was this accidental or on purpose? They were in an argument.
Look at the
She
fucking.
was throwing something at his head. Apparently, he felt threatened
Bro.
to his wife, and he shot her.
Dude.
Okay. He warned her 3 times. He
Dude.
warned her 3 times, and she threw it at him. And
The fucking floor looks like a recycling place. You know what I'm saying? Like hey, Ted, will you sweep the fucking cans up, man? Come on, man. They're getting out of the bin again. You know what I mean? Like, shit everywhere on the floor. What the fuck?
okay.
Minutes later, officers from the Wellington Police Department arrive on
What the-
scene where the caller, Merle Edgington, is waiting for them outside holding his infant grandson.
Upstairs? Sure. All right. She's upstairs on the floor.
You have a weapon on you?
Huh?
You have a weapon on you?
I do not, sir.
Where's the weapon at?
His weapon is upstairs on the floor.
Whose weapon?
My son's.
Who used the weapon?
My son did.
Okay. Where's your son at?
He's upstairs. He's helping. Hey, hey, guys.
What?
He's okay.
Just stay right where you're at.
I need more cops. I'm telling you, please don't be aggressive with it.
Police department, who's upstairs? I hear a rack. Put the gun down. Put the gun down and show me your hands.
I don't have it.
Okay, we're come this way.
Okay.
Okay.
I have to help her.
Come here. Let me.
Just show
come
us
here.
your hands. Just show us your
All right,
hands.
come down this way.
Can I help her, please?
No, you come down here.
Okay.
I'll go up if you go
Squeakers
down.
supposed to be clean, aren't they? Don't they clean all the time?
Keep
'Cause
your
they're-
hands. Where's the weapon?
It's upstairs, unloaded.
Go that way.
She hit me with the rock.
Hang on.
Face the wall. Keep your hands on the wall.
Pat him down.
Hands on the wall. Put your hands on the wall.
Coming up. Let me see your hands. Okay, just come down.
I can't. Not
Okay, let's sit down. Just stay put. Put your hands. Where's the gun at?
I don't know. I got hit with a rock.
Stay put.
Hi. Mom, I love you. I love you.
The couple at the center of the dispute are identified as 24-year-old Michael Edgington and his wife, 25-year-old Sydney Palmer.
honey
Outside,
bunny.
as backup arrives, one officer escorts Merle to a patrol vehicle,
Love you,
hoping to
sugar
piece
plum.
together what unfolded inside the home.
You shot
Oh, oh,
my son shot his wife. You guys can go in. He tried to throw something at his head. She threw something at his head.
Okay.
And he had warned her. I will give you some.
No, you're fine. Just take a deep breath.
Motherfucker.
Okay.
You warned
Do you
her.
have a cigarette? Do you need to smoke a cigarette?
thought she was gonna die.
It's behind your ear. Okay. Okay. Well,
Just smoke a cigarette with a
deep breath.
baby in
While
your
one
hands.
officer tries to calm Merle down, others inside begin searching the home for the gun.
Okay. Where's the gun at?
It's on the floor in that room.
Which room?
Oh, the light switcher. The light switch is disgusting. Light switch was
Okay, you have any guns on you?
Help.
Okay, we're on the way.
Because they don't give a
Okay, gun secure. Go ahead and EMS. Come in.
I don't care about it. It's secure. Don't let her die.
Send EMS.
Please. I love you, honey. I love you.
With the scene secured and EMS
Whoa,
called
look at all
in,
them
an
beer
officer escorts
cans.
Michael Edgington to a patrol. With the
These are like Bud Light cans, aren't they?
scenes
Yo, what the fuck, dude? They just have this mound of 24-ounce beer cans in the living room. Fuck, I can't imagine being the cops rolling up on this place like that. You know, it probably reeks in there too.
secured and EMS called in, an officer escorts Michael Edgington to a patrol vehicle where, through a stream
they
of confusion and
live in there.
frustration, he begins making a series of emotional and
horrible.
unexpected comments.
She goddamn told her shrink. She told her shrink, don't take me off of my meds. I'm going to do something crazy.
Just stay in your face.
Yeah, buddy. How'd that work out for you?
That's the question I can't figure out. I can't relax, man. Please say relax. I just freaking had to shoot my wife because she threw something at me.
Any other cuts anywhere else?
I don't know. I don't know what's even. Listen, I can't tell you how I got out here, sir. My head hurts.
So you're aware of what we're doing right now. That right there is the chief of police, or sorry, the chief of the fire department. He's going to send another ambulance, so I'm going to get a look at you.
Okay.
So you know where we're
And
at.
she's okay with. Is she okay?
I'm not in there. I don't know.
Because. I want to sue her damn shirt.
Want to see if SO can help?
I want to sue her shirt.
I'll be tied up.
With Michael now separated, officers return to Merle. Calmer and more composed, he tries to explain what happened inside the home.
Mike and Sydney were arguing when they came up the stairs. And they've done it a couple of times. You know, it's couple stuff. Well, apparently this time, he was mad about something, she was mad about something, and she had something, I didn't even see what it was that she had in her hand. but it was obviously something heavy because when she threw it, it hit the wall and it went thunk.
Where were they at when he was saying that?
In my room.
In your bedroom?
Yes.
Where were you at?
I was sitting at my desk in my room.
So you all three were in your room?
Yes. Yeah, he comes up to my room to get away from her when they're arguing like that. They came up there and
Gee, she did that in front of his dad?
And he told her, he said,
holy shit.
If you throw that at me, I'm going to shoot you. If you throw it at me, I'm going to shoot you.
Do you know how many times he said that?
Like 3 or 4. He's taken several classes on his hand.
Dad wasn't getting in the middle saying, son, put the gun away. Hey, get out of here with that rock.
She threw it at his head, and he shot her.
This guy?
I couldn't believe it.
This guy is the biggest beta bitch of a dad I've ever heard of. What the fuck are you talking about? You just stood there and let it happen? Oh, they'll figure it out. Like, you're supposed to be the more responsible, wise, older. You know, they don't look like they're out of their 20s, like early 20s probably. Like, holy shit, man. Wow. Well, the fruit probably doesn't fall far from the tree.
To assess Sydney, only now beginning to grasp the severity of her condition.
Who shot you?
I know.
Who shot you?
Kid's an idiot. The dad's an idiot. Wife's an idiot.
Is there anybody else in the house besides you guys?
His son.
Where's he at?
He's in his living room.
Okay, well,
Son's innocent.
scoot down the steps.
Going to be turned into an idiot if he doesn't get taken away from these people.
Am I dying?
No, you're not dying.
Hey, you know.
Please help me.
We can help you. She's been shot.
Shot.
They're so calm about it. No, you're not dying.
Yeah, I see an exit wound.
Entrance and exit?
I think so.
Okay, come on. I know. Let's get her down here. She's got a shot. She's been shot in the chest.
I think it's a through and through.
Shot right there in the chest.
Yeah, it's a through and through.
Let's get a coffee.
Can I have a water? I have water.
No water.
Honey, we're going to take care of you first.
You have a bullet wound where?
What's your name?
Sydney.
Sydney. You breathing okay?
Yeah, it hurts to breathe.
I'm sure.
Right there.
This is some podunk.
Where's the entrance at, Chief?
Exit.
Where's the entrance?
Right there, right here. Sydney, are you allergic to anything?
EMS quickly identifies the bullet's entry point being just above her right clavicle, dangerously close to the neck, and then exiting through her upper back near her left shoulder blade.
I can't do this. I can't do this.
I know, baby, calm down.
What's your name?
Come on, look.
What's your name?
You just stay sitting.
What's your
These
name,
people
sweets?
are amateurs, bro.
She said Sydney. Just lay down, hon. Lay down on the floor. There you go. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get up, we're going to get on that cot, and that's the last thing you got to do.
Secure the
You're all right.
front. Number 23, secure the
Sit up,
rear.
honey. Stand up.
I can't stand.
Go 1, 2, 3.
I can't believe they're letting her move around as much as they have.
Once Sydney is on the stretcher, EMS rushes to get her out of the house and into the ambulance. She's still conscious, but her condition is rapidly deteriorating.
Sorry, Dad, I'm not going to stop.
No, you don't need to. Do what you got to do.
I don't know if she survives or not.
I need help.
The title is that this ends horrifically.
With Sydney in the ambulance, EMS departs for Wesley Medical Center, 34 miles between her and critical care. As a second ambulance arrives to assess Michael's head injury, officers begin asking him what could have led to such a devastating outcome.
She has manic episodes where she gets, I don't know, crazy.
Okay.
She's medicated for them before, but the new doctor she's gone to took her off of what was working.
Okay. Do you know what that was?
It was Raylon. She got mad at her mom, and then she told me to take out the trash, and I didn't do it right then, so she started breaking stuff. And when I told her to stop, she acted like she was going to throw my fingerboard piece of concrete at me. And so I ran away upstairs in my dad's room, and I kept saying, stop, Dad, stop, don't, please stop. And she threw it. She tried to come and grab my gun or grabbed me or something, and I got scared, and I just closed my eyes and just did that.
So she hit you with a fingerboard ram. She threw it at you?
I have a little trash can made out of concrete. It's a little 1 pound just chunk of concrete with some sharp edges on it to grind on. She threw that.
After giving his initial account, Michael's condition is considered stable, and he's transported to the Wellington Police Department where a more in-depth interrogation awaits. With the residence now empty, officers perform a sweep through the trash-filled home, making sure nothing critical is overlooked.
There's the gun. And I just stepped on the brass. Right there.
Inside the home, officers locate Sydney's blood-stained Rick and Morty shirt on the staircase, along with multiple streaks of blood on the carpet, marking where she slid down the steps. Upstairs, in the bedroom where the altercation allegedly occurred, officers find the 9mm handgun on the floor, its magazine detached and lying just a few feet away. A spent shell casing is also located nearby, but the bullet itself is nowhere to be found. They also discover a small concrete trash can, believed to be the object Michael says was thrown at him. Now at the police station, things begin to unravel as Michael is left alone and starts talking to himself.
You skateboard on that, so small.
Why did they take her over medicine?
When the officer returns, Michael recounts the day in greater detail, explaining how a missed dose of medication may have led to the altercation.
She got postpartum depression after the baby, and it made her crazy. She wasn't on her medicine. I got her to take what she had, and it was too late because as soon as I got her to take it, she tried to call her mom again. Her mom got her mad again.
So she did take her meds today?
Yeah, she was supposed to take them last night because if she doesn't, then in the morning there's a problem. So I realized, hey, you're getting mad at plants and birds and inanimate objects. I need you to take your medicine. She argued with me for a few hours and then finally took it. I thought if she would throw that at my head or my face, it might kill me.
Images were taken of Michael and his injuries in the interrogation room, showing the swelling on his head. After the officer steps out, Michael once again begins talking to himself, his words unraveling into a desperate, emotional plea for help.
Just take your medicine. Just please. Listen to me. No, listen to me. I'll take it all the way. Just please, save. What? Save my wife. Please save my wife. And let me keep my son. Please. I don't know how to do this, man. I don't know how to do just pray. I know how to pray, but I just need something, please, man. I'll throw all of my devil stuff in the trash can. I'll throw all of my devil stuff out in the trash can. I'll go to church. I don't give a man. Just come on, just do something, please.
During his interview, Sydney has been battling for her life at the hospital, and only 8 minutes after Michael's pleas for divine intervention, Sydney is pronounced dead at 2:43 p.m., approximately 90 minutes after being shot. About an hour later, the officer returns to give Michael the devastating news.
Damn, man, the fucking medics, dude. Bro, I bet they have a lawsuit on their hands because they were sloppy as shit, dude. Why were they so slow?
Died.
Dude.
No.
Damn it.
You need to do something to me, bro.
Sit down.
No.
Sit down.
No. You lying to me, bro. You lying to me right now, right? You lying to me? You lying.
I wouldn't lie to you.
Why they didn't save her then?
I don't know.
Why they didn't save her then? Because
they took her up.
She was talking to me.
I know.
She was talking to you. What happened to? What did they do to her?
I don't know, man.
Thank you. Why?
Take a breath.
I can't take no breath.
You have a right to know, so I had to tell you.
Sir, Why? I need a hospital. I'm not playing with you right now. Everything is blue.
You want to go to the hospital?
I need a hospital. I'm not playing. I think I'm having
Let's go to the hospital.
I need a hospital.
Let's go to the hospital.
I want my mom.
Yeah.
And I want my dad.
Sit down for me. I'm going to get your package up. We're going to take you to the hospital. Bring me those chains. Leslie, could you bring me those chains, please?
Sir, I can't breathe.
Yep, we're going to take you up. I'm going to take you up right now. Can you stand?
This man ain't no God. I told him. I told him the whole time.
Can you stand?
I told him.
Damn it! I need those. Stand up.
My mom. Oh, my mom, bro. Oh, my mom, bro.
Due to Michael's sudden decline, officers request EMS to return and check him out. But when they arrive, Michael's reaction is anything but cooperative.
So what's going on, buddy?
Well, my wife is dead, so shoot me right in my head.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest, buddy. We're here to help you and take care of you. You will not talk to us with that language. We're here to help you and take care of you, but we're gonna have a respectful conversation so we can check you out, but we will not tolerate that kind of language right now.
Okay.
The paramedics determine that Michael is physically fine, believing his symptoms may be tied to his pre-existing neuropathy condition. He's eventually able to stand, and officers place him in restraints before transporting him to the hospital per his request. Later that day, with both parents now unavailable, Merle is informed that his grandson will be placed in temporary custody until a formal custody hearing is held, although the outcome of the hearing has not been publicly disclosed. Michael Edgington was initially charged with second-degree reckless murder in the death of his wife, Sydney Palmer. After spending nearly 10 months in custody, he posted bond in May 2024 and was released while awaiting trial. He returned later that year in October, where he pleaded guilty to the lesser charge of voluntary manslaughter. On January 6, 2025, he was sentenced to 61 months in state prison, the maximum penalty allowed for the charge. According to news reports during the trial, Sydney's mother criticized Edgington for remarrying after he was released on bond and for holding the ceremony in the same house where the shooting took place. She told the court, "This is the place where you killed your ex-wife and my daughter, and you have a wedding there as if she hadn't existed." Upon his release, Edgington will serve 36 months of post-release supervision, but for Sydney Palmer's family, no sentence will ever erase the pain of what happened that day.
What? How the fuck is he already married again? Some crazy cunt wanted to marry him before he went to prison? Like, wow. Wow. What the fuck, man? How desperate you gotta be? Like, he's not even like I can vaguely, not even really, but Ted Bundy, he got a lot of wedding proposals when he was like death row or whatever. He was locked up, but he was a fit, good-looking, like well-to-do, like dude, man. Like that's why he was able to trick so many fucking women, I guess, into thinking he was normal, and then he took advantage of them and offing them. But that dude, what woman would? What the fuck? There's nothing about that dude that was like, he didn't look like a boyfriend, much less husband material. Wow. Some crazy bitch probably did it because he talks to somebody they're on. That's crazy. No wonder he got the max sentence, because the judge probably heard about that he got married and everything in the house. Desperate for a relationship.
It's also proper for advanced economies like the United States to insist on reciprocity from nations like China that are no longer solely poor countries, to make sure that they're providing access to their markets.
In terms of tariffs, I think it's interesting to note that the average U.S. MFN tariff on Chinese goods coming into the United States is 2%, whereas the average Chinese MFN tariff on U.S. goods going into China is 35%. Is that reciprocal?
If you look at that,
China, first row. China, 67%. That's tariffs charged to the USA, including currency manipulation and trade barriers. So we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%. I think, in other words, they charge us, we charge them.
If you want to sell to China, your products
Wow,
into China,
that's Nancy
the Chinese
Pelosi.
insist that you open a factory there.
fuck?
They misappropriate
Wow.
your technology, open factories of their own, and then say to you, now we want to see your plan for export. That's as simply as I can say it briefly. But the fact is, this isn't about products made in America. The Chinese want American products that are made in China. Do something about this U.S.-China trade relationship that is a job loser for the United States.
We import virtually all of our computers, phones, televisions, and electronics. We used to dominate the field, and now we import it all from different countries.
First of all, Social Security card is used from one end of America to the other as an identification card
Holy
right
shit,
now.
this is
Who are
cool.
we kidding? If you want to pass a law and says it shouldn't be, I would ask the chairman and the distinguished minority member of the Social Security committee to pass that law, but let's admit the truth. This is an anti-fraud amendment. Over where we go, people say, well, why can't you stop illegal immigrants or others from coming here? And the number one answer we give our constituents is when they come here, they can get jobs, get benefits against the law because of fraud. And here, the gentleman from Florida has put together the most effective anti-fraud measure we can find without it changing the actions of the government one bit. And we find all this opposition.
Oh, Trump wants to destroy Social Security. It's like I have nothing to even think about with Social Security. Now, if you have an illegal immigrant on Social Security, I think everybody wants to make sure that doesn't happen. So it doesn't mean I have to make sure there's as little fraud as possible.
Further, what they have said is that we need to not worry about manufacturing in America, because what we should establish is a policy of unfettered free trade. We don't need tariffs. What we need is to allow corporate America the freedom to throw American workers out on the street, people who are making 15, 20, 25 bucks an hour, health care, pensions, throw them out on the street because somehow, Madam President, we are going to create wealth in America
this isn't as long
and
ago.
good-paying jobs in America as we
10 more
shut
years
down
sooner.
plants, we move to China, corporations there pay workers 20, 30 cents an hour, and we bring the product
12
back
more
into
years
this
sooner.
country. And anyone who goes shopping in a mall knows how difficult it is today to find the product made in America.
Here is the deal that I will be offering to every major company and manufacturer within our country. I will give you the lowest taxes, the lowest energy costs. I will cut your energy in half. The lowest regulatory burden and free access to the best and biggest market on the planet Earth, but only if you make your product here in America and hire American workers for the job. If you don't make your product here, then you will have to pay a tariff when you send your product into the United States.
To be when I was older, what dreams I had of pursuing it.
Tariff fallout. Waiting. Well, just don't have any choice.
Okay, I want to hit you on one more topic here. Jasmine Crockett's been making a lot of news. She's a Democrat, represents southeastern part of Dallas, Texas, your home state. She revealed this when she found a job in the legal world. This is how she described it in her own words. I'll go ahead and play it and get your reaction.
When I first became a public defender, I had no criminal defense experience. And I walked in and I told my boss, Charlie, I said, listen, you should hire me. He said, why? I said, because I'm black. Charlie looked at me like I was crazy. And I said, let me tell you something. When I walk in, I'm gonna walk in with a level of rapport and understanding that maybe some of my other colleagues will not. Charlie offered me my job and I worked my butt off and I worked really, really hard for all of my clients, not just those that look like me. And that is what it looks like to serve.
Maybe in the end she was qualified for that job. What do you think of that story and the way she recalls it?
Well, you can't have it both ways, and Jasmine and I just don't see the world the same way. I don't want to walk in a room and get a job because I'm black. I want to walk in a room and get a job because I'm qualified, because I am educated, because I have hard work, grit, determination, because I believe in this country. That's why I am a United States congressman in a white majority district that President Trump would have won by 20 points, and I just won by 27 points. And the reason is because of this. I am literally living Dr. Martin Luther King's dream. I'm being judged not by the color of my skin, but by the content of my character. The people in my district don't see color. They see somebody that's going to represent this district to the best of their ability, regardless of what they look like. I never want to be demeaned for what I have done and the sacrifices that I have made for this country just because of the way I look. I want to be hired because of my acumen and my ability, and I'll end with this. I see myself as an American. I'm a proud husband. I am a father. I am a veteran. I am an educated man. I am a follower of Christ, and I'm also a black man. I am very proud of it. But I am all those things before that, because the number one thing for me is being an American, and I love all my fellow Americans regardless of race, religion, color, or creed, and we all should be treated fairly. Nobody wants a job based on the way they look. They want a job based on their abilities.
Wesley Hunt, march on. Thank you, sir.
Unless they're a
Nice to
stripper.
have you on.
God bless y'all. Thank you for having me.
We'll see you soon. Thank you.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe.
I'm a good dancer. It's not about me being naked. I practice my moves every night. Look at me on the floor. I need it to be more slippery. I'm making too much noise. Squeaky pole. I was a squeaky stripper pole. Sorry. I should have had it lubed up. I need just a little bit. Because it could be too squeaky. The fellas don't like squeakiness. Makes them go limp. I could be having that. What are you doing?
to sober living and on to medication-assisted treatment sometimes, and then recovery support.
We're still arguing
All of
about
that seemed to bind us
budget
together.
plans.
What on earth could be the madness that inspires them to tear all that down now when they built it within the last decade with us?
Thank you, Senator. White House, first of all, for all the work you put into passing that legislation, which has given access to millions of people across the country who are struggling with addiction and recovery, access to services. Again, I say what I said in my underlying remarks. There's not a single member of the Senate who doesn't have a close family member or a friend who has struggled or is struggling with addiction. This is a nonpartisan, apolitical problem. Addiction doesn't care if you're left, right, Republican, or Democrat. And we did come together around funding these programs. And so it is hard to understand. It is heartbreaking that I'm telling you the story of one of Connecticut's biggest addiction treatment providers, and they are telling us that if these cuts go through, fully 1/3 of their clients will lose access to some or all of those services. And to your point in your initial speech, Senator Whitehouse, I mean, maybe I could understand if we were deciding to cut funding for addiction treatment because we had some other really important priority that helped regular people. Like if we said, you know what, there's a housing crisis in this country, you know, right now we're gonna have to borrow some money from addiction treatment in order to make sure that people get housed, or you know, our schools are underfunded and teachers need to be paid more, and okay, it's really hard to cut funding from addiction treatment centers, but at least we'll get, you know, better education for our kids. That's not what we're doing. We're cutting funds for people struggling with addiction who get served by programs that we agree are important in order to fund a tax cut for corporations and super, super rich people. That's why this is fundamentally immoral. I would
yield on that very point. There's a doctrine or a principle that it's kind of a tedious economic term, marginal utility of money. And what it means in very plain terms is that if you make $60,000 a year, your last $1,000 of income is a big deal to you. That $1,000 makes an enormous difference in the quality of your life. You take that same $1,000 and you give it to somebody who is making $60 billion a year, they don't even know it's there. The marginal utility of that money in the billionaire's or mega millionaire's life is near zero. Near zero. And so if you're actually looking at the human side of the financial equation, are we not taking extremely important dollars that make an enormous difference in the lives of normal, regular people, scooping them up by the trillions, according to the graphs I showed, and delivering them to a crop of big corporations who already pay taxes too low, and mega millionaires and billionaires who won't even notice the money. It won't change a thing in their lives. They can still buy a $90,000 purse for their wife. They can still buy the 9th house. They can still buy the 190-foot yacht with its crew of 30 or 40 or 50 or whatever it is. Where is the benefit? You know, we talk about this as being a transfer of wealth from the poor and the middle class to the very rich, but it's really an evaporation of wealth, because it's not going to make a difference to people who already have more money than they can spend in the rest of their lives. They couldn't spend it if they wanted to in the rest of their lives. And so this additional thing, it's more like a trophy. And it reminds me, when I was growing up, people talking about FDR, you know, recalling his presidency, and talking about JFK while he was president, and shortly thereafter. I was alive during JFK's life. And people used to say, well, you know, the good thing about electing those rich people is that they're too rich to steal. You don't have to worry about them. They're too rich to steal. FDR never stole a nickel, as best I can tell. JFK never stole a nickel, as best I can tell. This crop of creepy billionaires, what happened to too rich to steal, Senator Murphy?
I mean, and it's thievery masked by a bogus economic argument that says the money will eventually find its way down to everybody else. And that is not true. That has never been true. In fact, the opposite is often true. You know, the billionaire class is sometimes referred to as sort of citizens of everywhere, right? They're global citizens. They globetrot from homes in the United States and Europe and the islands, but that's also where their money ends up going as well. It used to be that the richest guy.
Okay, so you've been listening there to Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, the Democrat from Rhode Island, and Senator Chris Murphy, the Democrat from Connecticut there, kind of lambaste and rail the ultra-wealthy. Those were their words. But we have to keep it moving here with these top headlines. I'm Andrew Kraft. We are at the top of a new hour, 2 o'clock here on the West Coast, 5 o'clock there in the nation's capital. Well, let's continue to discuss the market sell-off today, the biggest sell-off since early March 2020. And this is how the Dow closed down 2,231 points there, 5.5%. And so many are, frankly, freaking out about the stock market and the tariff regime impact it is having on it here. But we do want to get into some more niche industries about how they are responding. Our next story takes us to Denver, Colorado. There, new challenges for the craft beer business after President Trump placing a 25% tariff on all canned beer imports and empty aluminum cans. Well, our friend, Fox News multimedia reporter Kennedy Hayes, she's live in Denver at one of these microbreweries, and she joins me.
We make plenty of good beer
Kennedy,
here.
good to see you here. What have you
put
learned?
them in bottles. All the beer's
Hi,
better
Andrew.
anyway.
Good to see you as well. Well, this 25% tariff is not something that I am seeing craft brewers raise a glass to. The Brewers Association says that the industry's supply chain will feel the most immediate hit starting today. Now, it's an expansion of aluminum tariffs introduced last month. Starting today, there's a 25% tariff on all canned imported beer and empty aluminum cans. Experts say, first and foremost, the tariffs are an added expense for imports.
These effects are going to look differently. Constellation, who's the largest importer in the United States, probably will see the greatest effect. There may be benefits for large companies that are sourcing most of their products domestically. And what we're hearing from small brewers is just an overall concern around cost.
Analysts say the biggest cost concern for brewers is the price of aluminum cans. The U.S. imports about 15% of the aluminum used for cans, mainly from Canada. And while most brewers in the U.S. are buying their cans domestically, experts say that doesn't make them immune. For example, one Colorado brewer tells me even though he buys his cans from a U.S. manufacturer, that company imports some of its aluminum, meaning he can't control potential price increases. Plus, his brewery doesn't have the capacity to stock up on cans just in case.
We can't package beer in plastic. We can't magically buy a new glass bottling line. We have the equipment that we've invested in and we need to use it. So we are not able to shift like someone maybe like Budweiser could or like Coca-Cola could.
I see. They don't have a bottling.
And this week, President Trump also announced a 20% tariff on goods from the European Union. That goes into effect next Wednesday. And the Brewers Association tells me that a lot of craft brewers get their kegs from Europe. But as far as craft beer, the effect on that remains to be seen. Andrew?
Kennedy, just a quick question for you. Have they seen this trickle down to consumers? Are beer drinkers talking about the fact that their beer might be more expensive?
So I asked a lot of craft brewers in the Denver area about that, and a lot of them said we are going to have to raise prices as far as distributors raise prices, but they really wanted to shy away from that message, not to discourage anyone, that would be kind of a last resort that they would have to do to pass down those costs to the customers.
All right, Kennedy Hayes there live for us in Denver. Kennedy, good to see you. Thanks for bringing us this story. Have a good weekend.
This microphone sounds muffled.
All right, in the meantime here, we do want to take our first commercial break of this hour. Don't you worry, when we come back, we'll be diving into so many of these economic...
See the world, see the world, see the world. Oh, you gotta see the world with me today. Oh, hey. Oh my.
Palm Beach County sheriffs responded to a local Tesla dealership during a Tesla takedown organized protest.
Already must leave.
Deputies speak with witnesses that say a black Nissan SUV took aim at them on the sidewalk. However, the accused driver claims his vehicle malfunctioned and he was just trying to get off the road as soon as possible. Watch what happens next as deputies begin their investigation.
Anybody hurt?
Well, I don't know, but I do know he tried to run into the crowd of people standing there. So I don't know if you need it.
They taking care of that. What is it that you have?
Video of when it happened. So I don't want to interfere with what they have going on over there. I have a video of when he was just trying to leave, and there were people trying to stop him because...
Okay, I'm sorry. What are you showing? You mind if I hold?
Yeah. So that's after the guy got back into his car.
Okay.
We were trying to wait because you guys were right there.
All right. For safety reason, you can't do that. Standing in front of a vehicle, stopping them from leaving. Okay? Because it's not working.
So how about him literally like running into people on the sidewalk?
We're trying to find out what happened there, but I'm just saying, for safety reason, being in front of a vehicle.
I wasn't in front of it.
I'm not saying you did. You're showing me what happened. So that's no brainer. Okay?
So is it okay that he tried to run over people then?
I don't see that. I'm not saying that's okay. I just see that part that you say they were standing in a vehicle. That's no. But based on what happened, we're trying to find out. Try to run over, who's trying to run over, and they getting that part. Okay?
Yeah. I saw it, and I started recording after he was already on the sidewalk because the people were here, and he came over the sidewalk into the crowd of people with his vehicle. Which is when I started recording because I didn't know if anybody was hurt at the time. You know what I mean?
I got picked with questions. I think the ladies that almost got run over, they're older, so maybe they don't want to walk over here.
I may be in somebody's video, but I didn't have my video on.
So I didn't get the very beginning, but you can see the car still rolling a little bit, and then him getting out.
Okay.
And I also
somebody over here is going to send you a link so we can get that video, okay?
And then when he was pulling out, that was right after he was just almost ran him over. I was screaming.
Is anybody here on the curb when you initially just hopped the curb?
I was on the curb. Okay. I was attacked. I may be in the picture. I took a picture out. I took a photo, not a video.
when he first hopped the curb, you were in front of the vehicle.
All these people look broken.
Yeah, first time out, right in front of me.
What did you see?
Okay, so I was standing on the sidewalk and I saw his car coming.
Dude had Gulf of Mexico shirt on, by the way.
It looked like I was expecting him. He was dropping somebody off. Like that's how close he was.
He's standing strong.
And he then took the car and drove it up on the sidewalk and kept going. If I had not moved out of the way, probably would have been in the way of the car. And I'm just on the sidewalk. I'm just not in the road. And so he just came up, drove up onto the sidewalk. We're all backing off. He kept going, and then he stopped the car. I couldn't really understand what he was
His shirt is hideous.
I was just trying to take a video.
His shirt is triggering me, actually. It's like she's wearing somebody else's shirt.
Yeah.
He almost.
Do you have an ID on you?
I do. He could have killed me.
Yeah.
He
Why is
almost hit
she
me. I'm like
blurred
the
out?
first one that's right there on the edge. And I'm
What
so
makes this
angry
crazy
now.
lady
I
so
just
special?
need to calm down.
Yeah. Do you need fire rescue or anything like that?
No. I'm also part of the COP program. Okay. I know you're interested. You know what that is.
So you were on the curb.
Killed somebody.
You saw the front of his vehicle coming towards you?
Oh yeah, big time.
How did you feel when you saw that?
Well, my knees are still shaking right now.
Okay.
I felt like if I didn't move away, that I would get hit, that he was not going to stop. Even just when he was leaving, he was ready to plow people down. He didn't care.
You were in fear for your life?
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to press charges?
I would love to. I think he deserved it. He drove by here.
What does he deserve, lady? To go to jail for attempted murder? What's he deserve?
Just let him ask
Holy
the questions.
shit.
Don't worry. So let me one at a time, please.
I'm sorry.
One at a time, because
But
there's
if
many
it was
of you.
her boy, he's the sweetest boy ever. He didn't mean it.
Came back.
He was here before. What happened earlier? He said earlier.
He drove by yelling at us and all this crap about showing he didn't like what we were doing at all. Was hit, you mean? He came on to it. My son was almost hit. He was on the side. He had to step back.
So then you were mentioning when he came back, he drove up on the curb. He drove up. I heard everybody yelling. I was right out near the edge, and he drove straight up. Moving 5 miles an hour onto the curb.
Where?
5 whole miles an hour?
We all photographed and videoed it too. Everybody.
MPHs, man.
He drove into a crowd. People had to move the hell out of the way.
5 MPHs?
You have him driving into the crowd?
Holy shit.
Yes.
She have him.
Pretty sure that's slower than an Olympic runner.
We saw it. We have
Hang tight, hang tight.
Thank you for protecting us and keeping us safe.
Well, we're trying. Just don't be on the road. Don't stand in front of
She's got a Gulf of Mexico shirt on, too.
You know what? We immediately went behind him.
No, I had to call on the radio.
Oh, no.
Not you.
Yeah.
So that's not safe.
No,
we can always catch up with
These people are fucking weird.
because nobody's faster than
Self-hating Americans.
See, you know that. You know it. Thank you.
Why would you wear a Gulf of Mexico shirt? You're so proud of Mexico for having a Gulf.
Thank you.
Like, they don't. Like, it's still North America, though.
After speaking with the protesters,
They
deputies
are
go to get
America,
Andrew's
too.
side of what happened.
Andrew, are you Andrew? For what? What do you mean for what? I'm asking you a question. Are you Andrew? Andrew, yeah. Okay, do me a favor and stand right here, please. Okay? We got several phone calls of a disturbance involving you and your vehicle, and your vehicle was parked on the sidewalk, and we just asked you not to get into the vehicle.
Yeah, because my car overheated and I lost all my electronics and I had to get out of the road.
Okay, well, hold on for 1 second.
Oh, that's
And I
what you're
told
gonna
them
go
that,
with?
And they said if I come near them, they're going to destroy me. And I went in there to get help, and they said they can't.
What the
They
fuck?
can't help me. And I came out here, and they were banging on my car and shit. This is insane.
Okay, all right.
This is insane, man.
Hop over here with his siren is not helping the situation.
These people were trying to smash out my windows, beat my cars, beat my car, because I asked for help from Tesla, and they told me they can't help me. First thing I said when I pulled over, I lost my electronics and it's overheating.
Why did he
and
need
shut
help
down.
from Tesla?
I got to stop it. Get away from it. It may catch fire. Stand away. And then I went in there and I made a call and I asked to my insurance company what I need to do. They said take all the caps off everything, and if it doesn't, go down and allow you to drive home, then that's it. But the Tesla dealership couldn't provide me any help.
So
liability issues. I said, I mean, can I get some coolant? Can I buy coolant from you? They go, you're at the wrong dealership. And I said, yep.
You drive a Nissan?
Yeah, I do. But it's an older car. It overheated, and then the whole dashboard just went out. So I pulled over. I can't stay in that lane. I said, come on, move over, please, 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 please. And then I went in and I got help, and that was it. But as soon as I came out, they're trying to punch the windows out. They're beating my car. They're like, I'm like, what the hell is it? What country are we in?
He's claiming his car. He's having car trouble. His electronics were bad. But an hour before, but then drove by him and mother after. And then he runs inside and tells Tesla how much he loves him. I think I got pictures of him on the curb. Was he on the curb? You got right here? Yeah. Like the car was on the sidewalk, or yeah, it was on the sidewalk. It was on the sidewalk, and then he took off, and Cena was across and on the loudspeaker telling him, "Hey, do not get in your, pull over." So I lit him up, and he came in here.
He sounds to be fucked.
Read and understand English?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm required to warn you before you make any statement that you have the following constitutional rights. Any statement can and will be used against you in the court of law. Do you understand every right that I told you?
I absolutely do.
Any questions about that?
Not at all.
Can I ask you a couple questions about what happened?
Absolutely.
What happened?
I have an old car, and I was coming down Okeechobee Boulevard, and I switched out the antifreeze. Something's wrong with the thermostat or something. The whole thing overheated, and my whole dashboard went out. I had no idea how fast I was going. I pulled over. I wanted to get out of the road. I said, hey, my car's overheating. I can't, I have no gauges. Please back up, be safe. And I'm going to go in there for help. And the Tesla dealers, they're electric cars. So I called my mechanic. He said, take all the caps off everything, the radiator, everything, and let it sit for about an hour. And then go to the nearest place and buy 1 gallon of spring water and put it in. And I came back out, and these people started punching my windows, shaking my car, punching my hood, and I haven't seen that since Baghdad.
Yeah. Where were you going?
I was going to the car wash down here, and my car just gave out. And I had no control. I had no telemetrics. I had no speed. I had nothing.
Was the car still going?
Yeah, but the temperature was through the roof, so I pulled over.
Let me pull up on the curb.
I couldn't. I didn't want to stay in the road because people were coming. People were always coming in here. Please back up. I'm going to come up. I'm going to stay here, and I'll be gone.
Let me talk. You see a lot of people on the curb, though. Why would you think it's a good idea to pull up while people are standing? Clearly, you're obviously doing something.
I asked them to please back up so I could pull up to get out of the lane.
How'd you ask them?
I said, please back up. My car's overheating. Then I got out. My car's overheating. I lost all my telemetrics. I have no idea what's going on. I'm going to ask them if I can get help, and if not, I'll be out of here in a minute. And I went in there, and obviously they can't do anything. I called my mechanic. I came out.
Were you here?
I came here.
Let me cut you off. Were you here about an hour ago?
No.
Okay. Everyone's saying that you were here roughly an hour ago, hooting and hollering at them when they were outside, or stuff like that.
No, I was at my house.
I'm just saying what I'm
told. Until 20 minutes ago.
Okay. And then you left right from your house over here?
Yeah. Okay. I live on Jog Road. My wife will even tell you.
Do you understand how weird it is, though?
No, I don't.
Out of nowhere dies, and then
I don't.
Hold on, and then you think it's a good idea to pull up on a curb where
if my car caught fire, I can't afford another one. Yeah, I'm broke as a joke.
Well, I'm saying, wouldn't it be safer just to stop the vehicle instead of pulling it up on a curb for a bunch of people?
Well, I was always told to get it off the road as soon as possible, and maybe that's my mistake. That's fine. I should have left it there and called for police backup to take care of it. Yeah. And I didn't want to be a burden, so I thought I could take care of it.
Yeah, I got it.
But it was a stupid idea.
Take your hands on your phone. Do you have any weapons on you?
No.
Okay. All right, turn around for me. Put your hands on your back.
What's going on?
10 off 9810 traffic 1. They're currently behind the strip mall, Hilltop Alley.
What's happening?
Such 1 second. You can reclass 31-0. All right, so you're getting arrested for aggravated assault today. For how? Let me lock these so they don't bite. Does it broke down? Well, everyone is afraid of their life when you pulled up on the curb, hooting and hollering at them. They thought they were going to get hit by your vehicle. No, I was going 2 miles an hour and I asked, please move over. 2-4, right? I'm 2-3.
He probably was going really slow too. And they all overreacted on it.
Oh my God, he's driving towards me! Ah!
Oh man.
I have a prescription.
On the sidewalk! Ah!
No, sir.
I can just imagine, dude. Because no one got hurt. And they were half of them were elderly, like they probably couldn't move out of the way very fast. So if you'd have been going fast, somebody would have gotten hurt. Where is this? Palm Beach County, Florida. Are they blue?
Sandy was here earlier. Thanks, guys. Stop it. You guys, you need us for anything else? No. Okay. You got my direct if you need it. Yeah, I need it. Or don't make sense. Like, all my telemetrics went off. So I decided to pull up on the curb. Yeah. I decided to pull up on the curb and then go and test it to see if they can help me with my Nissan. Like, that makes zero sense.
Andrew Doodle was charged with felony aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Palm Beach County tends to be Democratic based on voting results in recent elections compared to other nearby counties. Palm Beach County has more Democratic voters compared to the nation as a whole. Palm Beach County has more Democratic. Wow. So compared to the nation as a whole, even. That's why he got arrested. Probably. Yep. I mean, that's why you don't see me out here fucking trying to go to any of these protests that they got going on here. There's one going on here Saturday, I think. No, today, maybe. Today or tomorrow. It's just not worth it. It's one thing if they're already breaking shit, but to like go to like the protests where they're just talking to people, that's when they're sitting there like looking for people that aren't with their agenda. Who's this guy with the camera? Does he live? Let's follow him home. He's not with our agenda. I can tell by what he was saying. He won't talk to me. You know, whatever the case would be, like, because it would be weird. And they might get weird about, like, streamers or some shit. I don't know. It's too blue here. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, they were doing blue here.
The U.S. Supreme Court ruled in favor of a truck driver fired after testing positive for THC and failing a drug test. Wednesday's ruling allows the driver to sue the manufacturer for not disclosing that their product contained the compound found in cannabis. Douglas Horne can bring federal racketeering charges against the company Medical Marijuana Incorporated. The justices handed down a 5-4 decision potentially opening the door for individuals to sue a company under the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, also known as RICO. Typically used in organized crime cases like drug trafficking, murder, or extortion, this case could now allow a customer to sue a business or property. The court wrote, a plaintiff may seek treble damages for business or property loss, even if the loss resulted from a personal injury. The company centered their argument on the word injury, saying it refers to harm. They believe Horne is arguing a personal injury rather than harm to a business. After an injury, Horne found a product in 2012 to help with his chronic pain. Medical Marijuana advertised Dixie X, claiming it was a THC-free CBD medicine. Court documents show Horne was chosen for a random drug test by his company. After THC was detected in his system, he was later terminated for refusing to enter a substance abuse program, as it will require him to admit to being a drug user. Horne suspected the medicine caused the positive result, so he bought another bottle and sent it to a testing lab. The results showed THC was present in the medicine despite claiming to have 0%. In their decision, the court wrote the basis of Horne's argument, explaining he also asserted that medical marijuana's false or misleading advertising satisfied the elements of mail and wire fraud, and that those crimes constituted a pattern of racketeering activity. A district court originally sided with medical marijuana, stating RICO can only be used when a person is injured by a business or property. However, an appeals court reversed the decision, arguing Horne was injured in his business when he lost his job. In the majority opinion, the justices stated that the RICO law has evolved to include cases broader than originally intended, but believe Congress must ultimately address the law moving forward. For Straight Arrow News, I'm Kaylee Carey. Find more fact-based news right now.
They do that. They hum at me. Make noises. They creak. They crack. Old ship. Old ship on Sea of Thieves.
And we will continue to watch Corey and all these guys that we're tracking here. Let's actually put Corey Gherkin in one, if you don't care back there. And we'll start by relaying the latest information on this tornado warning here in 350,000
people watching him 2 nights ago.
There's a big area of rotation near you. No reported tornado here. We don't know that there's a tornado down, but there could be a tornado soon. So get to shelter in Crow and Holly Lake Ranch. Sulphur Springs, you guys are good right now. You guys, I can give you all the y'all clear, at least for a little while. You're still under a tornado watch, so don't let your guard down. Y'all clearing.
Yes, sir. Back a minute.
Hey guys, it was another very busy week. There were some historic announcements, so let's roll through it for the MAGA Minute. This week, Vice President J.D. Vance and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz took a trip to Greenland to reaffirm the United States' support for the territory. The president signed an executive order to eliminate predatory ticket resellers from the live entertainment market, which will put entertainment consumers first. And he was there with the one and only Kid Rock. The president signed an executive order to establish an investment accelerator to bring in more investments here in the United States. And Liberation Day arrived, with President Trump implementing a 10% global tariff and additional reciprocal tariffs on countries around the world who have been ripping off the United States of America and our workforce. The president sent a very strong message that Americans will no longer be taken advantage of by globalist trade policies. It's the golden rule for the golden age of American economic prosperity. We will see you for next week's MAGA Minute.
Next time she's not going to have a top on, by the way, so you better be here or be queer. Oh! Get out there, boy. You wolf. You're a wolf man now. You're a wolf man. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
I gave up on the hat. I think I lost both of mine. Oh, they're probably just back there.
We could be doing that right now. I could do anything. I could be a storm chaser. Hands off protest. Well, I wish them the best. I'm gonna end this one so I can do something else because news is kind of getting pretty friggin' slow right now. Actually, been slow today. There's no news. Fucking news Friday. Slow. Probably more busy. But I'll probably do some games on the other channel. Hey, thanks for holding it down. Thanks for hanging, Ted. Best Ball, thanks for coming through. Who else was here? What? Oh, there it is. We had Brody YYC, Kelly the Petter, Mark Cardwell, Mark Hopper, Miss Bungle, Northwest Media, and Irene Gadzimski. Thanks for coming through, everybody. Hope to see y'all in the next one. Thanks for the likes. If you haven't liked, I do appreciate the likes. So thank you. If you do end up liking before you leave, it helps. It helps everything. It helps my nipples. Oh, ow, ow, oh, ooh. This one just like it? That one stopped hurting. Thank you. Okay. Well, see you later.
Meow, 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 meow. Another one.